actually, 1 second. There we go. That's a little bit better, I suppose. How's everybody doing today? Started off as a filthy WoW player, then he got critical of the game, slowly got more right wing. This fit is amazing. Thank you. I was inspired. My makeup was inspired today by my dog is slurping loudly into the mic. Yeah, do you mind? She's been sitting here sleeping for like 10 minutes. And now she say, oh, she does not like the nails. She does not like the new nails. Oh, excuse me. I am also still a little bit sick, but I'm in that very annoying phase where I'm draining out. I have some good news to start with. I finished just about. I have like literally a paragraph left that I just want to make sure is cinched up and real tight and nice. Lady, hey. Get fucking poked. Hey, yeah. Okay, no. This is not a fun game. Lady. Kitchen, now. You are gonna behave or you go in dog prison. Come on. Dog prison. Kitchen. Alright, then leave me alone. Can't be a good dog. Jeez Louise, my goodness. Translator, love that top on you. Thank you. Translator, by the way, the person who hooked me up with these wonderful nails today. Am I getting... Why do I look... Does it look like my thing is slowing down? It says stream quality is good. Okay. Thank you, Carnell, for showing that. Dog prison industry, yeah. So if I seem a little... I'm in that terrible zone where I'm still getting over being sick. And, like, so I was kind of planning... Oh, come on. Oh, this is going to be fun to deal with. I should have kept one finger open. I'd be so for real. Let me... Yeah, we'll just do that. There we go. Oh. Grimpy Coffee Meowdy and Maricat likes you. Thank you very much for tier 1 sub. We have a bunch of people. I wonder why so many people have been liking me or following me on Twitter. Yerba Mate. 50% net profits. I mean, I didn't buy it, but... Thank you so much, Johnny Viral, for posting the links in chat. So Trump didn't ban gender-affirming care, to my knowledge, because it still has to pass. But it did progress, and that was... God damn it. Oh, did the Epstein files drop? Because... DOJ 3 minutes ago. Let's go. Ooh. Okay. Hang on, I'm looking through it right now. New York Times is sifting through it right now. 100% oxygen. I shouldn't have said anything to what? I do. Oh, shit. Ah. My cat just jumped on my leg. They're mostly redacted. Yes. Okay. I saw that. I thought that maybe we had gotten lucky. Grabruzio, thank you for following. Cat. Everybody say hi to Cat. Kibin. Cat loves the new nails, by the way. Hello, baby. Hello, my love. Hello. I'm trash. Aw. One Darmedia, why do you want to say that? Oh my gosh, I am so... Ugh. Okay, I'm gonna go blow my nose real quick because I don't want to make gross noises into the stream chat, and then we'll be right back. But I have to... Oh, that means I have to put the cat down. I know, you'll understand what you're kidding. You understand, don't you, baby? I love you. She says, Mom, I just want pets. Johnny Val. Oh no, don't ban. You don't need to ban the Asmon Raiders. Like we can have them in here and have an actual conversation if they want. We'll talk about that. Excuse you. Excuse you. But oh. Okay. Okay. Oh, she loved the cat. Yes. Shout out to the trans raider in chat, Cass from Spokane Pride, who does wonderful community outreach. If you are in Spokane, go look into having her do your oh, hello baby, having her do your nails. Hello, you're okay. You're getting on my back. Okay, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick, and then we'll be right back. Then we'll talk about the Epstein thing. I'll wait for more people to come in before I talk about the Asmon thing. Okay, cat, get off. Okay. Still gotta trim your nails. Okay, I am back. Cat. Nah, it's fine, Johnny Viral. Look, there's gonna be a lot more because since he did his response video to me calling him out, which we're gonna watch his response video. So people are gonna remember because a lot of y'all were here on Wednesday, where I at lengths kind of broke down how Asmon obfuscates his arguments and isn't really presenting any actual arguments. Would you believe it? In the video, where he says, I have no argument, he skips past literally all that part and just kind of skips around the video for like 10 minutes and then like does all of the shit that I accused him of doing. Like I was when somebody sent me that, I was like, oh my gosh, like did I really fuck up? Do I really have none arguments? And no, he just did exactly what I said. So I did, because I've had so many people all day saying, well, why don't you just engage with his arguments? I have a number of tabs open that we'll get to eventually that all provide proof to the things I'll say, unlike Asmon, where I will address his arguments. Lock yourself in a bathroom. What are you talking about, Fizz thing? Response is just eyebrow wiggles. You ain't far away. You ain't far away. I hope Cat comes back. Oh, Cat will come back. She's doing her Batman thing, overseeing from her perch, her tower. Are VODs available after stream? Always. Yeah, I keep my streams up. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's true. Yeah. The Batman thing. The Rat King is after you, girl. You better run. I might. There was somebody. Oh, Theo Turgis, have I been getting harassed by his fans? Well, I only had one person say that I'm on a kill on sight list today. Um, so honestly, who's to say? It could be from him. It could be from any of the other fan bases or radical groups I've pissed off. It's why there was somebody who was saying like, oh, you should have stayed in your lane. You should have just kept picking on people like Synth. You're picking on somebody with a much larger platform. It's like, okay, picking a fight with, I think is the word they used. I still have yet to see any pluribus. Oh, of course, Cass. Thank you so much. I love these. I did already. You warned me when leaving to be careful about catching it on things. This one I already caught. Good news, you did a great job of sticking them on there, making sure they stay. Bad news, it like yanked my nail bed real bad, and it real just oh, it really does hurt. It's fine. Have I watched season 2 of Fallout? Nope. Unfortunately, I'm probably not going to watch a lot of stuff. When's the next time I plan on watching something? I don't know. I just don't watch a lot of TV, and the TV on the few times. So I guess that's good news, is that I'm getting done with the Destiny piece. Um and I that means that my watching time will no longer be taken up by, okay, I guess I got to watch, all of Destiny's videos on 2 times stream, which is fine. But I did start watching Naruto, and I got a ways into that, so I feel like if I don't go back to that, I will never keep going through it. Fizz thing, this is the first stream I've caught. Glad to have you here. Do I have a Discord? I do, Billy. I have a Discord. It is available to patrons. I will say though, I am not in Discord very often. Would you say this is likely to be classified as disobeying an act of Congress? Um, I would say that if it mattered, or if I thought it mattered, but like, what is Congress gonna do? Like, probably not much, you know. Lamoran said, "Hey cutie, hey there." There's a line in the middle of my screen. I know it's from the current. I put out a. Thankfully, I kept all the warranty info, but I put out a um email, a support email to the manufacturer. So I'm hoping they'll be able to help me, because it is on the camera itself. It's not a stream thing. It's not a I unplugged it. I turned it back in. Yeah. Yeah. Um Kelly Aesop. This is not a good look, hun. Wow. Damn, now you tell me. Do, do, do. Watching all of Destiny's videos sound like torture. Okay, I want to say I did not watch all of Destiny's videos. I watched a lot, like probably dozen over a couple months, dozens and dozens of hours. But like, there's no way. The dude has been streaming for so long and sometimes uploads multiple videos a day. Um, there's functionally no way to do it. Thank you very much, Scapegoat 2520 for $4.99. Do you have any advice for someone looking to eventually move to the Pacific Northwest from a southern red state? All I have is a friend who lives there. Depends on where you want to move in the Pacific Northwest, because there are cool spots, and then there are spots that are going to be more like, I guess, where you probably already are. DD looks like a very pretty ghost. I do want to say my look today is inspired by someone. I don't remember if I'm logged into Insta. I don't think so. No, I'm not. Fuck. All right. Give me a second, y'all. I went to a wicked fat weed. I love that for you. I love that for you. Oh boy. Hmm. Also makes typing much slower. All right, so give me 1 second. Yes, Cass got these because I'm going to that family wedding tomorrow, and needed the help. So looks like I'm gonna play Vampire the Masquerade. I'm gonna be so real. You said that, and I was like, oh right, I just got the thing. What the fuck? Where is? I'm. Oh my god. Bloop. My brain just went. Oh, that there is that fucking Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 came out, and I like it's gone already in my head. Not an amazing game. Oh well. I've been meaning to go back to it. I had a little bit of fun with it. I've been playing recently. Don't know why. Don't know what inspired this. I've literally never played the series before. I fucking uh um Fable 2. I've been playing Fable 2, and that's a lot of fun. It's an all right game. Crowned on? Why can none of the Asmongold's fans like spell or speak? Oh, goat. Well, I guess those are all videos, so I won't show them, but... Oh, wait. There we go. No. Why don't they have any? Bleh, fine. Y'all can go look up Mason Alexander Park's Instagram story, because I kind of based my look on theirs. They did a red carpet event because their show in London, Oh Mary, just started, and I really liked it. I didn't see the show. I really liked their look, is what I meant. And so, if you are wondering why I look like a vaguely ethereal ghost, blame Mason Alexander Park, because I just saw their makeup look and I was like, okay. Alexandra Andreas Christodoulou, thank you very much for subscribing. And Unwanted Guest, thank you for subscribing. Also, Blue Thunder, thank you for 2 months of Prime. Hell yeah. KP2 Real, my sister loves Fable and Dante's Inferno from EA. Nice. I fucking love Dante's Inferno. I actually also weird happenstance. I recently watched the original 1911 Dante's Inferno, which there's a really great cut of it because it's one of the only or oldest surviving films ever made. The problem is because it's a silent film, the soundtrack didn't really survive. So anybody who has, like, you can find it, it's public domain, you can find it online, but a bunch of people try to get a little bit too artsy with it. So I had to search through like 4 or 5 different full length versions of it before I found one that I was like, oh, fucking finally, somebody understood the assignment. Because everybody else wanted to, like, first off, the first one I found pissed me off because it was fucking AI. Oh, like they did like 4K update, and I was like, oh shit, okay, I didn't know, I thought it was fucking, Time Warner or whoever, and it was like immediately the opening credits and stuff had that shitty warped twisting AI like after sheen, and I'm just like, fucking, you're talking about a movie that's over 110 years old. You don't need to spruce it up with AI. Like if somebody going to a 110-year-old movie wants to, like, they don't want, they know what they're getting into. They don't need to see AI, you know? It fucking bugged the hell out of me. And then the other one that I found, they added some kind of coloration because it's black and white. Obviously, it was in 1911, and it was the problem I had with it is that the soundtrack was too like modern. It was very specifically, it sounded like when I'm looking for royalty free, like low key tracks that are kind of sinister or dark, not quite as cheesy as a, Halloween soundtrack, Rattling Chains, but kind of between that and like a ethereal, like, spooky kind of environmental soundtrack, which actually wasn't terrible. Um, but it also was too kind of modern. I just want, like, fucking, when I'm watching a silent movie, I want the music that would have been with it. So put on some fucking ragtime piano and shit. Like that's what we're doing. Uh, but it's weird that you bring up, all to wrap that back in. It's weird that you bring up um Dante's Inferno, the EA game, because as I played a ton of that in high school, and kind of got me obsessed with the Inferno and La Commedia and all of that stuff. And the fun part about that is kind of likening so much of that to the original movie, which is, I would say that it's best watched high. I think that's yeah. Fireball by Pitbull. Yeah. Play Tormentor when it comes out. What's Tormentor? That sounds like Harvester. Shout out to 90s horror adventure games, Harvester and, sorry, I just did that right into the mic. Harvester and what's the other one I just cited? Because again, I'm also working on, in addition to the Destiny piece, the Floating Rocks essay, and Darkseed. Darkseed is the other one. Ugh. Maricat likes you. My favorite part was that scene where Dante fights the siren backstage and gets a sick guitar weapon. Um, er, actually, I think you mean Nevin, called Tormentor. They need to bring Clive Barker's Jericho to PS Plus. Do not. It's not good even for Mad Mind. What was I? What was I just talking? Oh, are you talking about Oh, Tormentor. Is it from fucking the team that did Succubus? Frame Andy, girl, you got to fix your eyebrows. You getting roasted crazy in them comments. Quote, Hitler brows, 2003, Unmask X, Kane brows. Jesus fucking Christ, have a good night. No drama slop tonight. Yes, to answer everybody else's question, have I played I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream? Not as much as I would like. And is Darkseid the H.R. Geiger one? Yes, it is. Uh, Succubus and Tormented. Okay, now I know Tormentor because I'm like, oh, fucking right. What do you want, dog? Oh, I don't have any treats for you. Okay, I'm gonna go see if I can find a treat real quick, and we'll be right back. Succubus, yeah, Succubus was jank, but is it more Succubus or is it more Agony? Because Agony was fucking, man, Agony was rough, like real bad. All right, yes, you come here. We're gonna get a treat. Oh, that's what you wanted, your ball. Okay. Sorry. No agony, no bragony. It's more agony. That's such a fucking bummer because like I know MadMind is a Eurojank studio, and every time they put out a project, I look at the like what the pitch is, and I'm like, yes, I'm locked in. I'm fucking there. Like Agony was such a easy sell for me. Like, what if we did the most gross out, fucked up, balls to the wall version of hell in a horror video game? And I was like, you got me right there with you. And then it comes out and it's just like it's not that it's just edgy, it's that it's toothless, and then also mostly that it's a fucking bad game. It's just bad. It's just a bad game. Succubus was all right because there was a little bit more gameplay. Like I actually really enjoyed the gameplay. As for the eyebrows thing, I don't care. There was the one eyebrow bit that somebody did make me laugh. What they say? They said because they were talking about hormone blockers, and somebody asked if I took eyebrow blockers, which like that was funny. That was a good one. You got me. Oh. I know that's what I said. I was like, I can't even be mad at that. Okay, you cooked. You got me. Like that's pretty funny. All right, let me see. Let me close that. Hell yeah, Phantasmagoria Puzzle Flash is good shit too. All right. Gay Asparagus, you good? You good? Calm it down a little bit, buddy. No, and I just don't grow my eyebrows out entirely. I cut my eyebrows shorter because I like the way it looks, and then also like it allows me to, when I do put eyebrows on, I draw them. I have a better freedom in like, okay, I want them to be up high. I want them to be da, 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 da. Huh? Olive brown? What? Do you mean that is like Laura Ashley shirt from the UK? I hope you mean that's like. They call me gay asparagus. Juno too. The New York financier is the funniest way to describe Epstein, honestly. Yeah, banana brains. I'm gonna chalk that one up to unfortunate typo. Let's call that unfortunate typo. How many SCP file jokes? Honestly, none yet, but you should. I've been in kind of a Epstein files got redacted like an SCP document. Oh my god, Big Jerry, Narciso Lazarus said that, and then Big Jerry came swinging with the first SCP joke. You were so close. You were so close, Jerry. Oh, Norman Osborn, the Oscorp CEO. That's funny. All right, let's go to this. So, yeah, today, thus far, Justice Department released tens of thousands of records Friday. All right. First phase, BOP, Maxwell Proffer. Data set 1. Fuck, dude. You know, I'm a bit of a scientist myself. Great Goblin, not to be rude, but I think you missed my super chat. Oh, I totally did. I'm sorry. A bunch of people, I thought that was the other. Catching up on 2025 games 4 minutes ago. Sorry, Grey Goblin. Surprised that Final Fantasy. Oh my god. I just saw F and F. Five Nights at Freddy game came out, actually friggin' works, had only one glitch, unlike the last one, which was broken as fuck. I don't know from Five Nights at Freddy. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I do not. I wish I knew more, but if that's your jam, I am happy for you. I'm happy for you. I say this as somebody who got stuff this year that I was like, maybe it'll be good, and it super wasn't. Like Tron, Ares, and then also I got some stuff that was pretty good this year. We got Final Fantasy. God damn, why Final Fantasy? We got Silent Hill F, and we got Ninja Gaiden 4. Ninja Gaiden 4 fucking whips. Comedy girl Asmongold has probably never experienced in real life confrontation. I am almost sure he hasn't. There was a thing. Robin's Aviary, Silent Hill F was so good. The Higurashi writer deserves all the attention. There was actually a really good interview. Was it Games Radar? I didn't read the whole thing, but I read some excerpts where he was talking about how Hinako and Heather Mason from, Silent Hill 3 would be best friends. And it was such a cute little, like, the way he was just going on about how they would probably, talk about how boys are dumb and talk about shotgun ammo and survival. And Heather would be jealous of Hinako's werewolf farm. Like, there was such a, like, you could tell he was a real fucking fan. Like just the kind of weird fandom bullshit that was kind of adorable. I thought it was cute. Yeah. And then what was the other thing? Oh yeah, Ninja Gaiden 4 and Ragebound, which I started. I played Ragebound and that was good as hell. I need to go back and finish it because I got to the Spider Clan ninja that you play, and she's fucking awesome. All right, I guess let's just fucking go through some of the. Oh Jesus Christ! Woof. Okay. Is this gonna be? Can I just? No, I cannot. So I guess this is everything. I'm gonna assume a lot of this shit is. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is gonna be fairly innocuous. And then there's going to be some really heinous shit. This looks... I don't have the other ones to... yeah, because these all look like just crime scene photos right now. And the internet detectives out there are going to find the real gold. The first pack is just his house. Yeah, I don't care. Dataset 2. I am so... like... just seeing him really fills me with... like, it's just an instinctual kind of rage, I guess. Like, loathing is not strong enough of a term. It's I don't know. There's something vengeful about it. But knowing the heinous shit he's done, the horrible shit he said, the people he palled around with, the just intense evil he facilitated in the world, not just took part in, but made happen. Oh, there's Clinton. Wonder who else is in that tub. So hey, there's Bill. Yeah, somebody just said that. It surpasses disgust for me, like it is so much more visceral than disgust. Also, he's always duck facing. Somebody brought that up in chat. Do not know why. I feel like they're intentionally made the files terrible to navigate. I don't think so. I think that there are just so many fucking files and they wanted literally everything out there. Oh, yep, there's Booze and Buddies. Just 3 sacks of rapist pedophile shit right there. Maricat likes you. Absolutely 100% agree. People like this fill me with an uncontrollable rage. No, it's one of the things I think I've talked about on here where I'm just not able to. Oh, I wouldn't be able to be in any position of like child protective services or like animal protection services because I would catch a charge. Like I'm not a person. I do my best to remain level-headed most of the time. But if I were to find somebody who has done some of the reprehensible shit, I I can't I don't know. I can't abide by it. All right. Everybody said number 3 is more interesting. Let's go to data set 3. Item was not scanned. Description: one adult soap on a rope. That's one way to describe it. One adult soap on a rope. They didn't want to write the rest of it. They didn't want to write what the rest of it was. Jesus Christ. Hey dog. Hey dog. What? Ah, gross. Get down. Get down. Stop it. Here. You're being so bad right now. Photo lineups. Somebody asked, what do you want to bet? No, I don't think they deleted the Trump pics. I think they've just redacted everything so completely. He does have the same fucking expression all the time. Single, 6'1", 6 foot, 6. That was just like a themed masturbatory soap. Well, and this is like somebody saying, well, we're going to release the files. Photo frame. They need to really not just have this kind of like super basic reductive description of what it is, because it's always going to be worse. Nehemia, thank you for $5. We got the Oval Office at home. The Oval Office at home. You're fucking you're absolutely right. And then they block out who the photo is of. Yep, here's Epstein with a shit ton of kids. With a anonymous person. What? Why are we... Why are people talking about Vosh? Yeah, you can't even see the pictures. But that's the point. The point is that so conservatives and Republicans will be able to go, see, they were all released. We released them all, and then, you know, all the actual incriminating shit has been taken away. This is on justice. This is on justice.gov/Epstein. People are gonna fucking find who a lot of this shit is. Yep, there's Ghislaine. That is that Epstein? That might be Epstein. Once in a blue moon. Oh, is this the who is that? Huh. I don't know. Now, I'm just a simple Contra streamer, but that sure does look like a Trump signature. I will say it doesn't look like the regular Trump signature. So it leads me to believe that like maybe it was a gag by Jeffrey Epstein. The thing is, so here's the thing. Donald Trump was close friends with Epstein. And the thing I've seen the most recently from defenders and detractors of the Epstein conspiracy has been people saying that Jeffrey Epstein, like they were trying to recontextualize this as Jeffrey Epstein being like some kind of stalker. Right? Which is just fucking laughable to me. DJ Trump. I mean, his name is Donald John Trump. Photo with frame. I don't. Could you take any lower quality photos here? Gross. I just got an actual fucking chill. It's a big check, so signature styles don't really apply. I would expect for those big ass like gag checks that they would they would print the thing on it. Violet Left, holy shit. Thank you for gifting tier 1 subbies to Terran Ambassador, the Lurking Cato, Octoroxy, Fizz Thing, and Mr. Perry, and also Dangerous Disguise. Thank you for following. Burlwood Collection photo frames. Oh, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Classic. Real man of culture, this one. Ugh. God, there's so fucking many. There's just so many. It just keeps going. Oh my God. These are censored victims. It it just keeps fucking going. So basically, if it's censored, it's Trump or a victim. I'd be willing to bet they went even farther than that and are anybody who is not a Democrat. They're going to redact, because what they're going to try and do is they're going to try and tie this. We've already seen Bubba is fucking in here. They're going to try and tie this as much to like the Clintons and the classics that Trump wants to talk about. And as long as it keeps away from Trump, that's really what they want to fixate on. Finished gasoline. I'm willing to bet Congress has seen the uncensored. Um, but I think there's a question of Jesus Christ. Do you want to be the congressional whistleblower right now? Yeah, it's just all fucking pictures. Oh, there's another adult fucking soap. What? Why? All right, here we go. Imagine being the person who had to go through and redact this shit. I mean, like, apparently it was Pam Bondi in the Justice Department. I don't think Pam Bondi would do this. Blade Valant, thank you for 540, or thank you for $5. Blade Valant 546. What I'm upset about is justice won't be served here. My intervention paladin is angry. I fucking feel you. Nehemia, thank you for another 5. I think it was Massey who said he'd been told by victims who is going to be in here, so if he doesn't see those names, he'll know something's up. We'll fucking see. The idea of big little all below 18 went to Jeffrey Epstein, except went one time. Friends with BF's friends didn't want Spanish or dark girl. Point blank witnessed him asking for 10. Make sure under 18 because he wasn't believing them because messed up by bringing more older girls. Could that be Trump? Is that why this shit is redacted? Who are we getting, mods? I didn't even see it. Sorry. I think mods. Yeah, I'll mods got it before I could get it. Obadiah Bumbly, thank you for $10. This is too close to home for me. I'll catch you next time. Good luck going through this, and I urge others if this is too much for you to protect your sanity. Yeah. I feel like going through terrible shit like this is it's part of what I do so that we can all come together and not feel so fucking insane. You know? Like seeing shit like this happen with very little actual recourse, with very few people ever taking any kind of accountability or ever seeing the proper punishment for these acts, it's maddening. It's one of the many things that just makes us all fucking crazier in this society. And I think being able to come together and go through these things, discuss it, I don't want to say joking about it is an important thing, but I think it is, it can be a form of stress relief to talk about these things, get our feelings on them out in the open. And that way we at least collectively can kind of commiserate and feel a little less alone, a little less insane right now. Anyone out there trying to unredact any of this, knowing government they save the files with the layers still them? Maybe. I mean, we will see. Like, I want to be clear with this. This isn't over. Like, as much as people in the Trump camp very obviously want this to just fucking go away and never rear its head again, the sheer amount of work and effort they've put into all of these redactions, it is just the that old meme of, you know, my shirt is answering a lot of or however the fuck it goes. My shirt is making people ask questions that are answered by the shirt. First time, not sure other times. Asking, touching, I think. 41st Street. That's something people are going to be able to pin to something. Unless that's just fucking. Ugh. Don't the redactions go against the actual law that forced publications? Nope, because they're saying that, you know, we're protecting people. We're protecting people's info. We're protecting the victims. Is the just genuinely evil reasoning that they're giving. Unk. Link? UNK? Unknown. Unknown. That's what it must be. Christ alive. Oh my god. I can't look at this shit. This is fucking stomach churning. Oh, this is fucking Texas Chainsaw shit, man. Look at this fucking. Okay, we don't need to see that shit. I wish that they had them labeled a little bit better. Little St. James. 98 fucking pictures of. All right, here we go. CD 71st Cloud Pics? Oh. No, literally just cloud pictures. Okay, sure. Prague cemeteries? For why? Whatever. Dude took pictures on his fucking phone. I don't give a shit. What the fuck, man? Come on. Who is that? Oh, people are going to be tracked from these for sure. Okay. Prague 504 with the American flag. Okay, see, we're not gonna go there. Building site. Okay, these are, so it's, when it's everything, it's literally everything. Holy shit. Oh my god. So then what are all of these fucking. Oh my god. Why? Okay. 65th backyard. So I'm assuming that this is where they have a shit ton of people who are going to be famous. It's going to be that kind of shit that make up a lot of these. It's not just going to be the CSAM. It's not just going to be the victims who are being redacted. It's going to be shit like this where I'm willing to bet at these parties and these big gatherings. Because guess what? Guess what everybody has been using to tie people like Elon and Trump and everybody else to Epstein is all the fucking pictures of them getting chummy and hanging out at their fucking parties and at these beach resorts and all this shit, right? All right, give me 1 second. Oh my god. Let the kitty in. The kitty's fine. She just is yelling at me for food. We would deserve. No, we do deserve unredaction of every person in here. Well, not every person. I have no desire to see. And that's the truly slimy thing about them saying, "Oh, the victims." Is that yeah? I have no desire to know who the people actually were that were victimized, because every single one of them, calling out and naming them, puts them in the firing line for every sociopath and every detached weirdo who think this is some kind of deep state anti-Trump conspiracy, so that, oh, they're a crisis actor, oh, they're, whatever other bullshit that people like Alex Jones and whoever else have been laying the groundwork for years at this point. So no, I do not want any of the victims released, but every single perpetrator, every person who has a public life, who has a public facing life, who aided and abetted and worked with Epstein need to be named publicly yesterday. Did the victims have a legal say in this? Most of them have advocated for releasing all the files unredacted. The ones that have come out publicly. Fighting Hobbit, thank you for 50 bits. Have yourself a happy holiday vest, Merry Christmas, hilarious Hanukkah, a Quasi Kwanzaa, Rootin' Tootin' Ramadan, a Dilly of a Diwali, a silly Saturnalia, a Yas Queen Yule, a loquacious Life Day. Loquacious. Oh, bringing out the big words. For my Wookiees in the chat, and lest we forget, a dignified and somber Yom Kippur. For the Wookiees in the chat, a Life Day is so funny. That's my Life Day greeting for you all. Diwali was last month. Hey, I don't know from Diwali. Okay, no, yeah, you're right. Tramson Butch's life for life. That's my bad. I was sometimes the thing goes by so fast when a bunch of people type, so I don't get to fully read what somebody says when it's a little bit longer. It's just photos. It's just so the thing that gets me is he has so many fucking innocuous bullshit photos, and you cannot convince me that every redacted photo, especially when you have shit like this. Who is this? Is this Bill Gates? Yeah, it looks like Bill. These fucking 46p photos. These are like the photos you would see on a wall in Duke Nukem. What the fuck? Bathroom Bill, Banana Brains. What do we got on YouTube chat? Check out 3 consecutive messages I sent in chat a few minutes ago. I cannot see them anymore. Would you be able to send them again? Or wait, is it on Discord? Woof. What are you talking about? Banana Brain. Oh, there you go. Oh, hell yeah. We love that. Yes, I got you. Well, I don't know about pinning. All right. Banana Brains, can you not pin? All right, here we go. I'm pinning it right now. Why? God, I fucking hate YouTube chat. All right, here we go.
What the hell?
I'm pinning it right now. Why? God, I fucking hate YouTube chat. All right, here
What
we go.
the hell?
I'm pinning it.
All right, there we go.
Right now. Why? God, I fucking hate YouTube chat.
Pinned. Fighting Hobbit, thank you for another 100 bits, and I get it. I know exactly what you're saying.
I'm trying desperately to find the funny about all this shit, but there's so little to be had. The idea that our current president was this in bed with his asshole horrifies me. Yeah, 250 years of the American experiment reduced to a cabal of perverts holding the reins of power and smashing the big old destroy the country button while the Justice Department is trying to cover this up. What I'm assuming to be a blindfold and a shotgun. You're not that far off, honestly. All right, give me 1 second. I need to go get more tissues because my nose won't stop being fucking runny. I hate how close I am to being done with being sick and how much it is now actually affecting me more now that I'm almost done. All right, I have a little tissue and we are ready to go.
It's fucking bleak, y'all. It's just all fucking redacted, dude. It's just like it just keeps going. Oh Christ. Like you'll notice also they make sure you know when a video or when a picture has victims in it, and that's who's being redacted, versus when a picture is probably of somebody like Trump and they don't redact that. Or they redact the whole thing, not just a little bit. Morocco. Clinton / Morocco. Whole ass. Yeah, no. Funny how they left Clinton in there. Didn't have a problem with showing off Clinton being a fucking sex pest. Ugh, I don't want to fucking. Where's the Dersh pics? Oh, Dersh almost assuredly. There are thousands of photos. Holy fuck. Boat view. What? But why does he need this many? Why does he, like... We'll say James Boat View 1, 2. Like, take a picture of your fucking island. Like, you just taking pictures of islands. All right, who's this fucknut? This guy actually kind of looks familiar. JF Picks, or JE Picks, blank cancer benefit. Okay, okay. It's not good enough that like sure, not assassinate, sorry. Fucking yeah, whatever. Give Bill Clinton the Hague treatment for the shit that he's been doing for years. Bill Clinton is also not in power right now. Nehemia, also something we missed last time was Trump saying something along the lines of citizenship being for American-born citizens, not U.S.-born, not naturalized, ethnically American people. Yeah, this is something that the idea, the beautiful dream of America has been that it's a melting pot, that you can come here from anybody, that anybody can make it if you try hard and you have innovation and gumption. You work really hard and you can be the American success story. Because for all of my growing up, the American success story, the archetypical idea of somebody who comes to America and makes it was a fucking immigrant. It is somebody who worked as hard as they fucking could. Right? And now they're just completely doing away with any illusions of that. Like it is just absolutely open white nationalism. Like Trump is denaturalizing people. It's fucking crazy to me. Biblical citizenship. Yeah. Yeah. That's so what the fuck is big? Come on. Erebus, thank you very much for $2. You look amazing. Oh, thank you. Yeah, these are more victim picked. It fucking goes for so long. CD. Blank 2 and 3. DSC. See, again, What is so bad on here that they have to redact it? It has to be, you would speculate that it has to be somebody who is either famous or the direct name of a victim. Because they haven't redacted everything. They didn't redact when Clinton was a thing, was there. Yes, and please go sign, if you're on YouTube, go sign the thing pinned at the top of the bar. But here's the thing, is I would assume the name of a victim, but then you have random pictures of this. So what I think it probably is, PB Girls. Unless it's PB Girls slash. I don't know. PBN. Picasso Blue Boy with Pipe? What? Claude Monet. Oh, no, you're good. Kirigen Mystic. Rand Paul's neighbor. Oh, yeah, thank you so much. Rand Paul's neighbor, thank you for $5. No one is talking about Epstein's god-awful interior decorating. I am. I've been talking about it. That dude had no riz. What is it with rich people having, like... It's incredibly annoying. Like, absolutely very low on the list of priorities of the evil shit these motherfuckers are doing and getting away with. But does deserve to be mentioned that people, like, there is a direct connection with how rich you are versus how much style you have. And it's negatively polarized. Henry Matisse. Sotheby's. Oh, right. Because he's buying these fucking classic renowned works of art. That's one of the things that really pisses me off about ostentatious wealth. Is this, like, none of them buy art because, you mean inverse correlation? Sure. None of them buy art because they love an artist's story. They love a piece. They love the story behind the piece, right? They buy it because it's the thing rich people do, because they have so much fuck off money that they just hoard these pieces of expression and culture to themselves. It pisses me off. It really does pissing me off. Really does a pissing me off. More Little St. James. But also, what a fucking dork to have all of unless these things were saved by the FBI onto these CDs. Helly. Who the fuck is that? This is the bitch that wants to like, bold of her to be like, yeah, no, hey, Trump, can I have my freedom now after this shit? Crazy. Oh, Megastar, thank you for becoming a member. Billy Eisenhower would say the pedophilia was a bigger problem than Epstein's fashion. That's what I said. I said that. Mr. Bailiff, thank you for subscribing. Hey, Elric, how you doing tonight? Seeing a bunch of these people, I don't know what faces look like. I think it's a side effect of like listening to talk radio for so many years, is I just never know what anybody's face looks like. Talk radio and podcasts, I just don't pay attention to faces now. Whew, that's Jackson, sorry if I upset anybody. I don't think you did. Were you here? You were here earlier? I don't remember. Not in a I don't mean that, by the way. I don't mean that in a way of like, oh, you were so, to me it was a Tuesday. Like, I don't mean to besmirch you. There are just, it takes a lot for me to remember somebody's name. Username. How old are these photos? Hard to tell. Like, I think they range definitely in quality. Like, some of them seem just fucking phone pictures. I would say some of these, just judging by the quality, they look mid 2000s. It's sickening. See, and okay, I don't want to. 2 CDs mix Wunder Max Mox dog shit fucking model. Grapes? What the fuck is grapes mean? A lot of them are dated around 2005. Yeah. Michael Jackson was seen in quite a few pics. Mick Jagger as well. That's fucking rough, dude. Yeah, Noam Chomsky's in here somewhere too. Woof. Jackson just found a selfie of Epstein. He is really just so, it, everything with Epstein really underlines to me the banality of evil. Is you have somebody who is, by all accounts of even people who knew him, very stupid, who was tacky as shit, who wasn't like an engaging conversationalist. He was not like a well-renowned thinker. He wasn't even all that good at money shit. He was just happened to be a financier. He had access to a ton of money, and he just knew a ton of fucking people. And it really, it reminds me of that one, God, who is that one piece of shit? That fucking, the horse-faced ding-dong that keeps getting found out because he hires girls and will call them like, yeah, I'm hanging here with my girlfriend, and he has that fucking like DreamWorks face that he always does, where he's just always like, you know, y'all know what I'm talking about. Thank you, Magar, for $5. I'm going to assume the CDs I'll read Best of Dersh, Trump Greatest Hits, and just every royal family. You might be right. You might be right. Jimmy Buffett was in the draw. I like, look, don't worship your heroes. Yeah, no, exactly. Comatose, the guy who looks like he's from Whoville. You know who I'm talking about. CSAM not scanned. Okay, so it, well, were these scanned or no? Midnight Express by and friend. Ugh. God. Yeah, what's Midnight Express? Carnal, you said that like it. How bad must it be that they didn't even scan it? I mean, they said it was CSAM, so child sexual assault material. Sprawl K3G. Here from Asmongold. Do you look like Kane from WWE on 2006 with really poorly done makeup on? Oh, thank you, honey. Good luck on the left brain grift. I don't think you people know what a grift is. I mean, I'm assuming that's why you're still watching Asmongold. Midnight Express is an 80s wrestling tag team. I feel like it's probably not that. Midnight Cowboy was the what was the movie? Starring John Travolta? Left Wing Grift is so cute. Hey, if you know how to better get a left wing grift going, you look great, goals as always. Thank you, cynicism. Okay, here you go, Doke. Sit. Good girl. Go get it. Yeah, exactly. Carnell HD. Oh, left wing grifters are the best because there's so much money in the grift. You got me. Ethan Price. Anyone ever watch Midnight Meat Train? I love Midnight Meat Train. Bradley Cooper doing it up real nice in that. And who was that? It was Vinnie Jones, I think. Yeah, Midnight Meat Train whips. A severely underrated horror joint from that time. Really, like, incredibly atmospheric. Really great, just a feeling of texture and grime. Incredibly gory and violent, but it never felt. Oh, okay. I was thinking through. It has some like 3D shots of eyeballs flying at the fucking screen. Um, it gets a little gratuitous in a goofy way, but I think that helps even out the seriousness. Yeah, I'm fucking rolling in those Soros bucks. I did not fill my fill my fridge from a community pantry today at all, which I did. Go take advantage of your community um pantries, outreaches, and organizations around you if you're struggling with food. Sor Soros maxing is so funny. Soros maxing is that's I kind of want that to be a thing. Okay. Yeah, I still haven't gotten my fucking Soros bucks. Left wing grift is just like the most adorable thing to say. Pete B. Thank you, Fighting Hobbit. I want to hear about grifting from fans of a man who's incapable of pan searing a steak. I watched that video. I was not only appalled at how dirty his kitchen was, then he turned a $2 cut of beef into shoe leather soaked in Mrs. Dash lemon pepper. Thank you for 50 bits. Please tell me that was an adult. There's no way. I mean, like if there's any kind of nudity, if I skipped past it, I'm assuming yes, it is an adult, but there's no way to really know for sure with these files. Is that it? Don't worship anybody except for DD. No, also don't worship me. I have never advocated for any of my fans to live in any kind of echo chamber. I have never had any kind of I've never welcomed any kind of aspect of a cult of personality. Even ironically, because people will take that shit seriously. I am not an expert. I just like learning things and I like sharing that with people. Carnell, I'm sure you've said the words worship me on your OnlyFans. I don't know if I have. Eh. Synthetic man mogs me just saying ooh. Okay, dude. Is he still cavorting with that fucking mold drinker Kirsch? Or have his incel fans gotten too mad at him? Wood stick? What the That's a asked and answered. That is a wood stick. Woof. Is Kirby okay worship? Oh, is Kibby and okay? I'm like, is Kirby? I mean, I do worship Kirby. Kay, thank you for €2. Worship is only allowed in kink and consent. There you go. Exactly. All right, let's go to do update. Holy shit. Thank you, Omega Star, for $20. Hail Leviathan. Hail. Hell yeah. Thank you so much. Snurch. Did I type in Snurch? I'm gonna be so fucking real. It is so hard to type with these new nails. Oh. Hey lady. Thank you, baby. She just decided, she brought over her bone. Hello, baby. Yes. And just decided to chew it right next to me. Is Snurch a Muppet Watch? Cover of Take Me to Church. Y'all see, now y'all got me saying you're dumb bullshit. It's a cover of Take Me to Church but sung by a snail. Snurch engine. Mashallah. Snake me to Snurch. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, no shit. Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna, California Democrat, who co-wrote Epstein Transparency Act, says releasing heavily redacting files on rolling basis does not comply with the law. Yeah, no shit. They released one document from a New York grand jury of 119 pages, totally blacked out. This despite a New York judge ordering them to release that document, and our law requires them to explain redactions. There's not a single explanation for why that entire document was redacted. We have not seen the draft indictment. That implicates other rich and powerful men who are on Epstein's rape island who either watched the abuse of young girls or participated in it. Quote, it is an incomplete release with too many redactions. Thomas Massey and I are exploring all options, including the impeachment of Justice Department officials, finding them in contempt of Congress, or referring for prosecution those who are obstructing justice. Thomas Massey, the Kentucky Republican congressman who co-wrote the legislation, shared Khanna's video statement on social media with the comment that the document released by Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, and Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, who previously served as Donald Trump's personal lawyer, quote, grossly fails to comply with both the spirit and the letter of the law that Trump signed just 30 days ago. Yeah, no shit. Documents include civil complaint from Epstein victim who said she was introduced to Trump. God, I wish every one of these motherfuckers is actually going to be brought up on charges for obstructing this. They're not. They're not. Do you think if you start impeaching Pam Bondi, she immediately squeals out that Trump told me to? Honestly, I don't know. I being like the White House press person must be the most stressful job in the world right now, because that press pool is going to be hounding at whenever the next like press conference is. Said that she had been a contestant of the 1998 Miss Teen USA beauty pageant, which was owned by Trump. Yeah. Hey. Why? For why? For what? For what? For what? And for what? Described Epstein stealing photos of myself and my younger sister, who was 12. The original 1996 FBI report documenting her sister Maria's first attempt to report Epstein to the authorities. And to just see it in writing and to know that they had this document this entire time. How many people were harmed? It just, we've been saying it over and over, but to see it in black and white that way has been very emotional. Guthrie said in a legal complaint, who died this year, coincidence, that she was hired away from Trump's Mar-a-Lago spa by Ghislaine Maxwell when she was 16. Yeah, let's watch this Epstein survivor PSA.
I suffered so much pain.
So much pain.
So much pain.
I suffered so much pain. I was 14 years old.
I was 16 years old.
I was 16.
17.
14 years old.
This is me.
This was me.
This is me.
When I met Jeffrey Epstein.
This is me when I met Jeffrey Epstein.
There are about 1,000 of us.
It's time to bring the secrets out of the shadows. It's time to shine a light into the darkness.
Christ. Huh! Bill Clinton's spokesperson accuses White House of pointing to former president's ties to distract from Trump, which is, yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, he is going to hide, like, his goal here is already to make it look like it was a Clinton op, that, this was Obama and Biden deep state, and like his entire thing is already to just make it look like the Dems are doing all this shit. But I don't think it's fucking working. Oh shit. We got to talk about the Vanity Fair piece. We got to talk about that. Excuse me. Angela Urena, a spokesperson for Clinton, accused the Trump White House of trying to focus attention on the former president while concealing evidence of the current one's ties. Quote, the White House hasn't been hiding these files for months, only to dump them on a Friday to protect Bill Clinton. This is about shielding themselves from what comes next, or from what they'll try and hide forever, so they can release as many grainy 20-plus-year-old photos as they want, but this isn't about Bill Clinton, never has been, never will be. Even Susie Wiles said Donald Trump was wrong about Bill Clinton. There are two types of people here. The first group knew nothing and cut Epstein off before his crimes came to light. The second group continued relationships with him after. We're in the first. I don't fucking believe that for a second. No amount of stalling by people in the second group will change that. Everyone, especially MAGA, expects answers, not scapegoats. Bill Clinton did that shit. Fuck off. Like, I want to make it be clear. Bill Clinton did that shit. The rumors around Bill Clinton for years, even outside of Epstein, go back and are as far-reaching, and it was such an open secret that I would even say Bill Clinton's sex pestry is rivaled only by Donald Trump, but also I would put him in the category of a Cosby or a Weinstein. Ooh, just to be here, 409. I'm in an area with halal food carts. Get myself a lamb gyro. I actually had a chicken gyro with tzatziki last night. Not a gyro, chicken skewer. Yeah, one of my partners works at a local Middle Eastern food restaurant, and like Mediterranean Middle Eastern food. There are two restaurants around here that have amazing, like Middle Eastern, Pakistani food, and it's all just like there's one restaurant that has this. Here's the thing, I don't even fuck that much with like cauliflower. Whatever they did to roast the cauliflower, it's like this roasted, like savory, spiced cauliflower that just fucking it like dissolves in your mouth. It's godlike. It's fucking insane. It's so good. But yeah, last night it was chicken, skewer, rice, roasted tomato. One of the other things I fucking love is when you get like vegetables at these places and they're roasted, they'll just give you like half of a roast tomato. It's just a fucking half of a tomato that is all like roasted. It's so just has like a little bit of crust. Oh, that's good shit. Oh, hell yeah. Fighting Hobbit, thank you for another 50 bits. Donald Trump imitation. I never gave Bill Toppy, but if I did, it would have been the most amazing toe curling experience of his life. I'd have worked it like an anime schoolgirl. Bill Senpai. I can't believe you made me read that. Thank you for your attention to this matter, DJT. Sadako Plays, thank you very much for following. It's Silver Knight, thank you also for following. No, you should go out to your local Greek spot. I just like that whole region of food. The Middle East all the way down to like Moroccan, all the way. Like you got your fucking, so good. Hook me up with some Lebanese. I realize entirely different region, but same thing for fucking like Indian food. Any kind of Indian, Pakistani food, like anything that I have to, even if I got to eat it with my hand, if I have to put something on bread and have to dip it in, I will get fucking in there. I don't give a shit. That's why it's one of the reasons why I get so pissed off when people are like, you saw it a lot with Mom Donnie, where people were doing this fucking bullshit about these obvious cavemen eat with their hands, unlike us righteous Americans whose favorite foods are pizza and hot dogs and cheeseburgers. Just literal finger foods. No. These uncivilized. They're just, they from the Middle East. They're just savages eating with their hands. But it's still cleanly. And it's fucking delicious. They're missing out. They're fucking missing out. Ugh. Nehemia, thank you very much for $5. There were a couple pics with Trump in them. It's just the photos were zoomed in on Bill Clinton's upper body. Yeah. Eating rice with one's fingers skeeves me out. I mean, it's a cultural difference. Like that. And that's the thing that pisses me off. is that people just don't realize that you can just take a step back sometimes and be like, oh, this person just comes from a different background. They just come from a different place. Like when people talk about these attitudes being tied to white supremacy, it's because you have so many people whose first reaction to somebody just having different practices is, they are fucking, inherently lesser than I am as a human being because they eat food that is designed to be eaten with your hands. Crazy. I don't know. Was there another person who people keep telling me I didn't see it. If there was another person who was talking shit, I missed it. Is ketchup still a tomato? I missed it. Yeah. Ib's still a tomato no matter how much you try to change it. Well, it's good because I wasn't trying to change it. Yeah, what happened to people seeing differences and being curious? Well, so that's the way life actually works outside of the internet. Like, the amount of times that I've talked to people about being de-radicalized or, why they're so comfortable around black people or why they're so comfortable around these different groups or, why they're so comfortable as a straight person around gay people. And it always has to do with the fact that they've had friends, family members. They went to school. They were best friends growing up with somebody from these out groups. Right. What the fuck, Carnell MD? What is your life? I refuse to be fighting Hobbit. I refuse to be lectured on Western chauvinism by people who haven't even had vegetables since high school. Blanchy, you know it. You got it. I ate at an Ethiopian place a while ago and you eat the whole thing by grabbing it with bread. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Damn, I want some tzatziki now. I want to go back to that lamb. Lamb sounds good as fuck. Damn. Hot wings? I fuck with hot wings. I fuck with pretty much most foods. Like I'm not a picky person, which is always funny when I date somebody new and we get to the inevitable, like somebody wants to make dinner for somebody else. And it's usually me making dinner for somebody else. But like dating somebody who it's kind of occurred to me that dating somebody who has a very broad palate and who likes a lot of different foods and most importantly likes spice is actually a really important thing for me. This is something I didn't realize until I left my ex-wife, that how much I had really missed the freedom to just like, hey, let's go out and eat this kind of ethnic food. Let's go eat this here. Let's go, go to the new Lebanese restaurant. There's two new dumpling spots opening up near me. I'm so fucking excited. I'm so sorry. If no spicy food ain't supposed to hurt. No, that you're eating it. You're eating spicy wrong. Like you gotta have Magnus Machina 666. This is fucking boring. I'm out. Okay, thank you for making your presence known, I guess. Everybody else here, we're having a good culinary conversation here. Very picky eater, sensory processing disorder. And see, if it's that kind of thing, I obviously I'm sympathetic to that. I understand it. But I am somebody who like, I'm going to try everything, right? Like if there's, and maybe this comes back to the Lutheran in me where, if you have a potluck after church, my mom was always like, get a little bit of everything. And it was mostly for like being polite, but I don't know. I guess that I just picked that up. Oh, I haven't. No, I have not gotten to try the peanut butter bread recipe. I've been waiting. I do have the ingredient list. I've been waiting to go to the store, which I'm waiting to get my YouTube check before doing that. And then I went to a food pantry today, so we actually got stocked up. So it might be a little bit longer for that, but I will. I have not forgotten about it. You were married? Yeah, I've been married. I was married for 8 years. Oh, Thai chicken curry. There you go. There you go. Taco legs, you would get along with my hot sauce is required on most of my meals. You would get along so well with my partner. My partner Koa she's cooled on it a little bit, but when we first got together, it got to the point where anytime I went a place that had like packets of Cholula, she made me take like 10 of them because she eats almost everything with hot sauce. It's crazy. Which is like has rubbed off on me because now I'll eat something. I'll be like, you know what, this would probably actually eat with some hot sauce. This would actually probably whip with some hotties. Ooh, russet potatoes from mashing. What horrors have you missed, Lightning McQueen? So many. So many. Ha! Oh, that's funny, Salem Kunoich. The Indian place I order my curry from knows my order and I love spice but don't tolerate it well. They write the white amount, not the right amount for the heat level because I want it hotter than this mild but milder than their Indian hot. Yeah. So there are two really good Indian restaurants around me. And I don't go to either of them super often because you know it's not like high end spendy, but it is, you know, it's food out and I don't have that kind of money. So it's like, you know, sometimes special occasions, that kind of thing. And I always forget what because there's one that they both have a 1 to 5 scale. One of them, the 3 is like actually super hot. The other one, the 3 is white person hot. And I can never remember, so I end up getting the 3, all of them. And I'm like, oh, fuck, this one's the white. I should have gotten a 4. Yeah. Icky Gicky, thank you for $10. I went to an art school in Michigan that was funded by Epstein. He went there regularly in the summer. I thought I was there during the time he might have been around. Still freaks me out. That's fucking wild. That is so uncomfortable to think about. I'll be for real. Yeah, here we go. Let's talk about that Vanity Fair interview while we're waiting for people to go through the fucking Epstein shit. Oh man, they gotta all right, let me see if I can find the there we go. All right, give me 1 second. I will be right back. I gotta get a refill on my drink, and then we will get started on this. Alrighty, here we go. I have a doc I watched about Jimmy Savile. Similar. Oh, God. I wouldn't be surprised if they knew each other. Oh, fuck, man. Naan. Oh, I can fuck up some naan. Like, naan is a problem for me because naan is one of those. If I get, like, one of the great places around here has, like, this garlic butter naan that they. Oh, that's good shit. Sushi, I fuck with sushi. I fuck with pretty much any kind of, like, you know, ethnic food. Like I said, there's not a lot of stuff I won't eat. Or at least, you know, my motto has always been I will try pretty much anything twice, right? Because, you know, sometimes you'll have, you know, you have sushi and you don't really like it, or you have wasabi and it's like, fuck, I had way too much, and then I'll turn you off of it for a while. But you gotta try it up again. Fighting Hobbit, thank you for 50 bits. For all the chatters who are food insecure right now, 1.5 cups flour, 1.5 cup of water, 1/4 tablespoon kosher salt, pan sear until charred. It's cheap, calorie dense, and endlessly flexible survival bread. Apes strong together. As long as food doesn't have a strong fish taste, it kind of depends. I love, yeah, Mr. Chuck Grape. I have a God, what's it? It's the yellowtail. They have a yellowtail sashimi at my regular sushi spot, which I only call my regular sushi spot because for a long time it was where I would go and just like write during the day, and they're still so sweet. They like know me, and they know that I just want to sit at a booth, and usually I because I want to patronize the business, I get like a like cheap basic, you know, an AAC roll or something. But I will usually just sit there for a couple hours and use their Wi-Fi while drinking tea, drinking green tea. But they have a phenomenal yellowtail sashimi that is just like, again, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, it's just raw fish, but the cut is so delectable. It's so mwah, so good. Crystal Stevens, thank you. I'm so sorry. I guess I'm fucking hungry. I'm sorry for everybody for taking you all on this diversionary tour of food. Luxury fatty tuna sashimi finally. Yeah, you get it. You get it. All right, let's go through this. Yeah, no, you get it, NJMR. My husband is Saudi, so I tried the food. I swear to God, that shit is so underrated. You get it. Lady, can you not do that right by the... Oh my God, you were such a baby today. My favorite way to eat rice is in sushi. I don't think that's a white thing. Yes, I would also rather talk about sushi than miso soup is like they made chicken noodle soup too. That's funny. Oh my goodness. The morning of November 4th, 2025, an off-year election day, White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles was in a meeting in the Oval Office with the president and his top advisors, J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, and Stephen Miller, ending the congressional filibuster, forcing Nicolas Maduro from power. As she related it later, Trump was holding forth on the filibuster when Wiles stood up and started for the door. Trump eyed her. Quote, "Is this an emergency that you have to leave?" he demanded. It was nothing of the sort, but Wiles left Trump guessing. She replied, "It's an emergency. It doesn't involve you." With that, according to Wiles, she departed the Oval. Jesus Christ. Dark pants. Over sandwiches from the White House mess, we talked about the challenges Trump faces through the year. Epstein files, brutal mass deportations, boats. Most senior White House officials parse their words and speak only on background, but many over-the-record conversations, Wiles answered almost every question I put to her. God damn. We often spoke on Sundays after church. Calls herself Catholic Light. Trump, she told me, quote, has an alcoholic's personality. Vice president, she added, has been a conspiracy theorist for a decade. Russell Vaught, architect of the notorious Project 2025, is a right-wing absolute zealot. When I asked her what she thought of Musk reposting a tweet about public sector workers killing millions under Hitler, Stalin, and Mao, she replied, I think that's I think that's when he's microdosing. That's fucking funny. This was where people were like, or she tried to come out and say when people were like, oh, you're talking about the ketamine, the open secret that everybody knows that Elon Musk is fucking addicted to K. And she had to come out and be like, no, I never said that. And then the New York Times played the actual, like, came out, and or Vanity Fair, sorry. Was it New York Times? No, it was Vanity Fair that came out with the actual recording of like, no, this is what you did say. Oh, bao buns. Ooh. A man who has not had a pork bun is never a whole man, says a wise NPC once told me. Big ups if you know where that's from. Most powerful person in Trump's White House other than she's a woman. These fucking pictures. So you've probably seen some of these going around. These are brutal, and I love it. The Trump whisperer who sees it all, quote, I'm entering my 9th year altogether, my 5th year day to day. So it's hard to surprise me. Fuck, man. Soul Fresh, you got it. You got it, Soul Fresh. What's up? Earned trust. God, imagine. Yeah, I did see, Brandywine, I did see what Stephen Miller said. That's fucking funny. God damn. Ugh. A succulent Chinese meal. Earned trust. It's been a god. That is just such a. That is such a picture of Donald Vance. That's fucking crazy, dude. Apparently somebody found. Oh, we're going to see more of that in the days ahead. Spooky Pepper. Apparently someone found an area they forgot to redact. Yeah, we're going to see that. That's more like, I wanted to dip into it, but like all the hot hits from the fucking thing, we're going to see so much more of. Like, so again, that's when I was saying at the beginning here, the Epstein shit isn't over by a long shot. The more they have just Streisand affected this thing to an extent. I struggle to think of a, like, in my lifetime, a political scandal that has been so Streisanded as this. Couch raper face. It's been a busy year. Trump and his team have expanded the limits of presidential power, unilaterally declared war on drug cartels, imposed tariffs according to whim, sealed the southern border, achieved a ceasefire and hostage release in Gaza, and pressured NATO allies into increasing their defense spending. I would say that some of this is damning with faint praise, but also it is journalistically disingenuous to say they achieved a ceasefire and hostage release in Gaza without mentioning that the ceasefire is, like, people are still fucking murdering. Like, Palestinians are being murdered literally every day by the Israeli occupational forces. Once a fierce critic of Trump, who America's Hitler, Vance said in 2016. Vance is now the highest ranking acolyte, a 180-degree transformation that Wiles calls, quote, sort of political. In the wake of his friend Charlie Kirk's assassination, Vance spoke of the, quote, festering violence on the far left, helping fuel Trump's campaign of revenge and retribution against political enemies. Quote, a conspiracy theorist for a decade, according to Wiles, Vance keeps a close eye on the views of younger voters. That is a way of saying that he's a fucking grouper. Views of younger voters is such a fascinating way to phrase his obvious, like, want to be loved by the Nick Fuentes crowd. Firing nearly everyone involved in the investigation, blah, 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 blah. Historically, White House Chief of SAP, gatekeeper, da, 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 da. The question around Trump's tenure under Trump has been whether a better question, does she want to restrain him? A week before the inauguration, Jesus. Throw anything, I've not seen him scream. I didn't see that really horrible behavior that people talk about and I actually experienced years ago. I don't really care. Oh, Christ. Ugh. What a just fucking little... he's so unpleasant to look at. Just a truly, deeply... I get the same feeling, and I don't think Stephen Miller's a pedophile. I think he's a sick pervert in other ways. But I get the same visceral reaction when I look at Stephen Miller as I do when I look at Epstein. Oh. Miller is a battle-tested soldier in Trump's war against the deep state. Says Miller, quote, we came into the second term fully, completely ready and prepared to contend with that bureaucracy and ultimately to impose democratic will into that bureaucracy. Impose democratic will is such a funny way of saying that we're going to overturn democracy while targeting the bureaucracy. Wiles said Trump has an alcoholic's personality. He, quote, operates with the view that there's nothing he can't do. Nothing. Zero. Nothing. Healthy, good fucking attitude to have for somebody in power, man. I don't care about this background shit. Trump said, quote, he said it a million times, Wiles said, I judge people by their genes. Wiles thought Trump was interesting and smart, and they called me one night and said, we're serious about Florida now. Would you like to co-chair our leadership team? Christ. Dan Scavino. What just pictures, man. Thousands of words here. That's dark. That's funny. Salem Kunuich, have you seen the memes that are like Stephen Miller got into politics because his arms were too weak to strangle prostitutes? Yeah. Yeah. Ambitious gubernatorial candidate named Ron DeSantis. Blah, blah, blah. On Trump's first day in office, the president signed a flurry of executive orders, 26 in all, withdrawing the U.S. from the WHO, Paris Climate Agreement, rescinding birthright citizenship, sending troops to the southern border, freezing foreign aid. Yeah, I remember all this shit. Did she ever ask the president, quote, wait a minute, do you really want to pardon all 1,500 convicts or should we be more selective? Quote, I did exactly that, Wiles said. I said, I am on board with the people that were happenstances or didn't do anything violent, and we certainly know what everybody did because the FBI has done such an incredible job. Trump has said his FBI investigators were corrupt and part of the deep state, but Trump argued that even the violent offenders had been unfairly treated. Wiles explained, quote, in every case of the ones he was looking at, in every case, they had already served more time than the sentencing guidelines would have suggested. So given that, I sort of got on board. Parenthetical. According to court records, many of the J6 rioters pardoned by Trump had received sentences that were lighter than the guidelines. Quote, there'd been a couple of times where I'd been outvoted, and if it's a tie, he wins. In the West Wing, Wiles is surrounded by young MAGA men. She is a go to church every Sunday, uses a swear word very, very rarely person, said James Blair, Wiles' 36-year-old deputy chief of staff. She doesn't raise her voice, but she likes being around junkyard dogs. Indeed, Wiles has seemed more content to let her pit bulls, deputy chiefs of staff Miller, Blair, and Dan Scavino, run loose as she watches. During Oval Office events, Wiles almost always sits just off camera. Quote, there's the president, then there's whoever the three high-ranking people are on the sofa. And then there's a chair at the corner of a sofa, which is my chair, which means I'm the one that gets hit in the head with the boom mic. I don't care about this public facing bullshit. Huh. From day one. Sorry, reading 8 million. Wiles had to grapple with another power center, Elon Musk. Quote, he is a complete solo actor, said Wiles of Trump's billionaire pal who led the Doge. Wiles described Musk as something akin to a jacked up Nosferatu. What a fucking... That is one of the most fucking crazy things I've ever heard somebody describe in a professional capacity. That's funny. The challenge with Elon is keeping up with him, she told me. He's an avowed ketamine user, and he sleeps in a sleeping bag in the executive office building in the daytime. He's an odd duck, as I think geniuses are. You know, it's not helpful, but he is his own person. Geniuses are. No, I don't think so. I don't like... I think we buy into these ideas of what geniuses look like, and Elon, because all Elon knows about how to communicate with people is like from movies and films and shit, he just tries to embody what that like kind of detached Sherlock, and I mean like BBC Sherlock, like archetype of being a brilliant loner, and like fuck, look at that guy for 10 seconds. Are you actually fucking kidding me? Musk triggered the first true crisis and an early test. Shocked when the SpaceX founder eviscerated USAID. Here, dog, go. Vanish. Stop it. Yeah, honestly, Miller reminds me, has more Nosferatu coding. Sorry, give me 1 second, chat. Yeah. Well, when Elon said we're doing this, he was already into it, and that's probably because he knew it would be horrifying to others, but he decided that it was a better approach to shut it down, fire everyone, shut them out, and go rebuild. Not the way I would do it. Again, we don't see, like, Literally imagine any kind of other business, any kind of other endeavor being operated this way. This motherfucker would be fired in an instant. You can't just lock people out of their offices, she recalls telling him. At first, Wiles didn't grasp the effect that slashing USAID would have on humanitarian aid. Quote, I didn't know a lot about the extent of their grant making, but with immunizations halted in Africa, lives would be lost. Soon she was getting frantic phone calls from relief agency heads and former government officials with a dire message. Thousands of lives were in the balance. Wiles continued. So Marco is on his way to Panama. We call him and say, your Senate confirmed you're going to have to be the custodian, essentially, of USAID. Okay, he says. But Musk forged ahead, all throttle, no brake. Elon's attitude is you have to get it done fast. If you're an incrementalist, you just won't have your rocket to the moon. The motherfucker hasn't put any rockets on the moon. It was like 14 years ago. They was like, yes, in 10 years we will have, we will obviously have somebody on Mars. We'll put a man on Mars. Yes. Like, fuck off. What do you mean? And so with that attitude, you're going to break some China, but no rational person could think the USAID process was a good one. No one. Break some China is how we talk about thousands of people dying all over the planet. Love that. This fucking country, man. Real JYO2. Bro, you're dead ass a weirdo. Asmon shits on you. No, I don't think so. I at least have, what's the word? Oh, hygiene. Hygiene. Yeah. I have hygiene. I have sources. I have research. I think I'm good. I have partners. So that's cool. Real JYO2 weirdo. Do you have anything actually to contribute? Do you want to? It's one of my favorite parts about all the Asmon fans brigading me all day has been the fact that they will accuse me of not engaging with Asmon's arguments and just using insults. But the only thing they will do is not actually present or engage any arguments and just use insults. It's almost like he just does everything he accuses other people of doing, and then his audience goes and follows suit. Crazy. Who could have seen this coming? Rue McGuire, thank you very much for rating with a party of 10. I'm so owned. Oh yeah, I've been beyond owned by their intellect. I can't possibly. The shuttering of USAID crippled the president's AIDS relief plan. Anti-retroviral program launched with $15 billion in 2003 was credited with preventing millions of deaths. It depended on USAID grants. In an interview with the Financial Times, Bill Gates remarked, quote, picture of the world's richest man killing the world's poorest children is not a pretty one. Like, fuck Bill Gates for a variety of reasons, but please. That quote, kind of playing with fire. Kind of fire. DD, you should bait Asmon into letting you talk to him on his show. Oh, like, I told Asmon on Twitter when I called him out. I would gladly fucking debate him. He wouldn't. He literally just talked about on his stream. He literally just talked about how, no, the reason I don't do debates is because my positions are so, what were the words he used? Immoral? Or it was immoral or inhuman or cruel or something, because he talked about how his, he doesn't see people as people. So like, yeah, I don't do debates regularly. I will absolutely rescind that for somebody like that. Like, are you kidding me? It would be a fucking layup. He would never do it. Because the entire thing is predicated on him. And this is in the video that we'll watch of his response to me, where he doesn't actually respond and literally avoids the points I make. His entire thing is predicated upon portraying other people who criticize him as just, you can't, like, he literally talks about how you can't reach these people. You can't have a good faith, honest conversation, as he is literally engaging in the worst faith possible and not even engaging with what I said and how I criticized him. And in fact, just did the shit I said he was going to do. Like, He won't do it. It does not benefit him to make an ass of himself by opening himself up to direct criticism from somebody who knows what the fuck they're talking about. Like, he wouldn't do it. But Asmon, I know. Hey, I know he's at least aware of the stream now. Like, my invitation's open, buddy. You won't. He can't. But it's there. I would love to be proven. Would love to be proven wrong. Juno, can I be owned? Cave Ocelot. Thank you for following. In an interview with the Financial Times, Bill Gates remarked the picture. Yeah, we just read that. Wolf. He thought he fucking cooked. Yeah, Mirror Forward too. I know that. Debating with him will be meaningless because he's going to act centrist, then continue spearing. Yeah. Oh, I fully know that. But I think going into it, the problem is that Hassan went into it with the intent of engaging in good faith, or with the idea that Asmon was going to engage in good faith. I know he won't. I know how people like him argue. I love this pose. It's so funny. He really just does look like, he just looks like a child who fell into a Zoltar machine. They put the thermostat there so you can see how tall he isn't. That's pretty good. Bush himself got in wind of gutting of PEPFAR. He called Rubio to express alarm, according to a former aide. Quote, he's been appalled by Trump from the beginning. He's determined not to weigh in. But Musk's attack on one of his legacy achievements was too much. Bush said that person cares deeply about the PEPFAR program. That and Wounded Warriors are the two things where he will weigh in, not publicly, but with intention. Let's help countries self-sustaining. Why isn't China paying more for immunizations? Cash Patel. Here we go. Was this overnight? That's crazy. Or not overnight. Was this over the last year? Why did I say overnight? Oh, it's because it was day 8. Blah, blah, blah. People talk about the deep state being at the State Department. Weil said, it's not. It's the military-industrial complex. Hegseth, in her view, is just the guy to take on the powers that be. Oh, yeah. Doing a real bang-up job there, buddy. Another world-class disruptor, as my Bobby and Quirky Bobby referred to Health and Human Services Secretary as my Bobby. That's stomach churning. He pushes the envelope. Some would say too far, but I say in order to get back to the middle, you have to push it too far. In December, Kennedy's federal vaccine panel voted to end the decades-long recommendation for newborn vaccinations against Hep B, which is highly infectious and causes liver failure. Yeah, we just got to get back to the middle. Fuck off. Just like he thinks, the thing that pisses me off about Miller is the dude. Miller has terminal, like MySpace sword posting brain. You know, that one picture of the dude who looks like Ben Shapiro holding a sword. That was just like somebody's MySpace profile pic, I'm sure. Like just that middle school dude who thinks he looks so fucking cool and it just doesn't. But he thinks he has aura, and it makes it that much, like a little bit more embarrassing. I do not believe that's Ben Shapiro now. I think it's just somebody who looks like him. It's just used under Ben Shapiro's posts and stuff because it's funny. Yeah, this is a guy who I think understands what's happening. Wiles recruited Vance to help tap the brakes. We told Donald, hey, let's not talk about tariffs today. Let's wait until we have the team in complete unity and then we'll do it, she said. But Trump barreled ahead, announcing sweeping, quote, reciprocal tariffs from 10 to 100%, which triggered panic in the bonds market and a sell-off of stocks. Trump paused his policy for 90 days, but by that time, the president's helter-skelter levies had given rise to the taco chant, Trump always chickens out. Wiles believed a middle ground on tariffs would ultimately succeed, she said, but it's been more painful than I expected. At the time this article went to press shortly before the December holidays, a Harvard poll showed 56% of voters think Trump's policies have harmed the economy. Interesting. Yeah, hey, August 14th. Yeah. Will the president use the military to suppress or even prevent voting during the midterms and beyond? Quote, I say it's categorically false. Will not happen. It's just wrong-headed. In what fucking world, bitch? Like, what are you talking about? They think he's too wrapped up in what happened in 2020. He is. Like, he still won't fucking stop talking about it. He literally, okay, here's the other thing we haven't talked about. Has anybody seen the presidential plaques in the White House? Here is how fucking Trump President Trump has installed plaques underneath the portraits of presidents at the White House, using them to insult and make unfounded claims about his predecessors. The plaques, many of which the White House said Trump penned himself, yeah, no shit, add to what the president has dubbed the Presidential Walk of Fame. Trump's most recent predecessors' plaques read the most editorialized. The permanent signs are stylistically similar to the president's social media posts, with sporadic capitalizations and punctuations, often including many exclamation points. So here is, if you want to talk about the idea that she is trying to downplay how fucking how is this legal? Who's gonna, again, I ask people, who's gonna stop it? Trump attacked Biden for his economic record. So here is what, by the way, these, again, permanent fixtures in the White House currently. So if you visit and you go on a tour and you see the presidential wall of whatever the fuck, these have been put there by the current president. So do not tell me that this is not somebody who is petty to the point of being fixated on shit that happened over a half a decade ago, let alone almost a full decade ago. When this is the kind of shit that he is putting out. Let me see, open this in a new tab. Sleepy Joe, this is as though, imagine, as though it's a actual, like, what the fuck is the word I'm looking for? An actual museum of some kind. Sleepy Joe Biden was by far the worst president in American history, taking office as a result of the most corrupt election ever seen in the United States. I cannot fucking believe they printed it with the typos, with the random fucking with the, I thought at least somebody would be able, the typesetter, the person who forged these, the person who made these, I thought there would be at least something where they're like, you know what, let's, yeah, no, they put multiple of Trump's tweets on the plaque. Slander is spoken in printed libel. Kringus Ringus, this is real? Yeah. This is from ABC fucking News. This is the White House right now. Just paragraphs and paragraphs and walls of text. He has himself twice that he has written a total of 4 plaques for. Like this, I understand with everything else happening, but this happened this week. A lot of fucking people are kind of like overlooking this insane bullshit happening. Nicknamed both sleepy and crooked, Joe Biden was dominated by his radical left handlers. Fucking I wish, dude. They and their allies and the fake news media attempted to cover up his severe mental decline and his unprecedented use of the auto pen following his humiliating debate loss to President Trump in the big June 2024 debate. He was forced to withdraw from his campaign for re-election in disgrace. Biden weaponized law enforcement against his political opponent while also persecuting many other innocent people. He left office issuing blanket pardons to radical Democrat criminals and thugs, as well as members of the Biden crime family. But despite it all, President Trump would get reelected in a landslide and save America. This, by the way, as people are having a hard time paying their bills, this is what people are fucking, that's what they're doing in the White House. The president and his team were pushing almost every legal... They think he's too wrapped up in what happened in 2020. Incredible. Incredible. Yeah, let's read part 2. Oh, shit. Caroline Levitt. Caroline Levitt's part is the one I really want to get to because it is fucking... Queer cranium. Need it. I want to, but if you haven't seen this yet, let's go. Yeah, let's go to that one. So this woman, by the way, I want you to think about this. 2 years younger than me. I should put on more rouge. It didn't blend out the way I wanted. Whatever. Keep 28 years in your head, because we're gonna have another. It's really another Laura Loomer case of just how being this evil rots you from the inside. I'm on the hook because he thinks I'm a clairvoyant. Wiles thought the GOP had a chance of electing the governor of New Jersey, but she knew they were in for a tough night. It would prove to be a Republican disaster with Dems running the table on the marquee races, passing Prop 50 and winning down-ballot elections in Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Mississippi. Given voters' anxiety about the cost of living, Wiles told me she thought Trump should pivot to kitchen table issues. More talks about domestic economy, less of Saudi Arabia. They like peace in the world, but that's not why he was elected. This is a 28-year-old person. And this particularly scathing picture also shows up. Lip filler injections. Damn. I hate that my nose is so runny, y'all. I'm sorry. It's just... It does age you. Wait, Tony, you're not 41. Get the fuck out of here. There's no way. No fucking shot. Hey. Do you want to knock it off, please? I know. There's probably somebody out there. Yeah, there's no fucking way no, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I'm actually 54. I also don't believe you, Juno, dear. I know for a fact you're not. Violet left 104. See, I knew I probably had some vampires in the audience. I knew it. There's squirrel out there. Squirrel! Olds represent. I'm 55. I'm always kind of surprised by how wide of a, like, base I have. I appreciate it. Like, I'm glad I have, a wide appeal, I guess. Not far from where we sat was a gaping hole where the east wing had been until days before. I asked her about the fierce criticism that followed Trump's 90,000 square foot ballroom. Were you surprised by it? No. Oh, no. And I think you'll have to judge it by its totality because you only know a little bit of what he's planning. That doesn't make me feel better. That straight up does not make me feel better. Did I see Newsmax raping a new one to the DOJ for the Epstein hacks job? No, I did not, Grodon. I do want to see that, though. That sounds wonderful. Salem Kunowicz, you would focus on gaping hole. I'm not telling. What, he's gonna put a fucking roller coaster in there? What do you mean you're not telling? For many of Trump's followers, it's an article of faith that the U.S. government has long been run by an elite cabal of pedophiles, less conspiratorially, but no less seriously. Others question whether politicians and powerful people either participated or knew about Epstein's sex trafficking of young women. Due to be released in December. Wiles told me she underestimated the potency of the scandal. Quote, whether he was an American CIA asset, Mossad asset, whether all these rich, important men went to that nasty island and did unforgivable things. I mean, I kind of knew it, but it's never anything I paid a bit of attention to. How? What am I, early 20s? Oh, you think I'm early 20s? That's so cute. I just talked about how I'd been married for 8 years. No, I heart bomb. I get exactly what you mean. Finally caught up after playing it on Turbo. DD sounds drunk in comparison. I know exactly what you mean. When I fucking, when I'm watching videos, so like, great example, when I've been watching a lot of Destiny's content for the video lately, I watch at 2 times and then I have to slow it down, and it's like, because you become accustomed to being so quick and then you slow it back down. It's like, we used to do it with the Hate Church a lot. Oh man, I forgot about that. That was so fucking fun. When we used to slow down the Hate Church videos and they all just sounded drunk because they could barely talk to begin with. Hello. Do you need more food, baby? Is that what you need? All right, I'm gonna go feed Lady really quick, and I'll be right back. Okie dokie, chat. Plays Cult of the Lamb. I have played it. I have to restart because I did not play it enough. Yeah, I don't. It's kind of why I'm surprised that I've been playing so much Fable 2, and Fable 2's been kind of grabbing me, because I never played the series before, but it reminds me. The thing about going back to these kind of older games where people were really trying to just experiment is that, like, I would rather go back and play. I was thinking about this when I was playing Fable 2, is how I just, it has me worried about, because I'm enjoying it so much because of how many different weird systems are interacting and how many different things you can do. And it has me worrying, like, is the new one going to engage with any of that shit? Because it's so much more janky, but also so much more exploratory. Like, the world, by nature of you being able to interact with things, even in this very, this kind of digital facsimile of human behavior, it feels more lived in, than just watching, here's fucking cinematic cutscene X, and here's you're squeezing through a tight area and like that kind of shit. Yeah, I don't know. Some games I play and I'm like, okay, I know this. I've played it. Yeah. It's great. Like, it's good. Yeah, they've been making a new Fable for years. God damn, when did that thing was announced when, like, the Xbox Series X and S were. That thing has been in the works for a while. And I think also the tone of it's really interesting, but, like, I literally married the first and I use the term because it was used in the video, or in the game, but I married literally the first whore I came across. Wooed her, moved her to a caravan, and now I am, because I'm doing an evil run. And that's kind of another thing I enjoy about Fable, is that it is so that I wonder if they'll be able to do now, because Fable was an interesting game of, choosing the choices you make affecting the world around you. And it wasn't, because we had this kind of, like, assessment of choices in games around the time of, like, Infamous and Telltale games, where it went from things like Fable and KOTOR and, the first Infamous and stuff like that, to every choice had to be morally gray, right? It went from being, like a good choice in Fable is, like, obviously you want to do the right thing, because the wrong option is so wrong. It's like, hey, do you want to free these slaves? This was a literal choice in Fable 2. Do you want to free these slaves, or do you want to, take some money from the slave owner to fuck off? And it's like, if I'm being evil, I'm being evil. Like, that's what's up. And it's that kind of thing where it doesn't have that, like, oh, you pick the evil option, so the game has to punish you in a various way to make sure, like, to keep you from being evil all the fucking time. I'm sure there are some stuff like that. It just, like, changes shit, and I like that. Excuse me. Do you want to blow up Megaton for no reason? Yeah. Yeah, I think Fallout 3 had some good ones too, like that. Nope, exactly. Prez Rickard, I bought a bunch of houses, jacked the rent up. How the game punished me by giving me a sick pair of devil horns. Yeah, I'm currently demon maxing. One of the based and funny parts of playing Fable 2 now is that, like, buying rental properties, you can buy properties, rent them out, you make passive income on them. So, you can do that in, like, fucking Saints Row or anything. But raising the rent price is seen as an act of corruption, so it gives you evil points, which is so fucking funny. I also think
Mass Effect. Mass Effect was probably actually a bigger contributor to the like morally gray choices thing than Telltale. Which, like, hey, I like a good choice where I sit there with this for a second and, you know, I can kind of ascertain the meaning, or I love a choice where it's like, you know, it comes back hours later and I'm like, oh fuck, I didn't even see this coming. Like that's cool. That's a really engaging way to like tell a story and have somebody convey a narrative through interaction. The entire point of video games. But oh, word? Kenarain Seeker, Fable 2 basically let you make infinite money by buying properties and then changing the data on the Xbox. Okay. A little Hideo Kojima in the end action, I see. Interesting, princess. Have I played Cyberpunk 2077? Yeah. And I think, like, again, the choices there are very much like, I don't know, it's very The Witcher, which makes sense. The Witcher had some amazing choices. I keep thinking back to the Bloody Baron quest lately for some reason. But it just, I don't know, there is something to the idea of being evil as shit that I think it also fits Fable more, where Fable is this very, like, it's this kind of like twisted take on a Grimm's fairy tale universe, you know? Fable 2 had a pre-release pub games minigame you could cheat on and start the game as a billionaire. That's fucking funny. Ethan Price, I only ended up stealing Lady Grey from that grave robber guy. Have not met him yet. Devil Game 666, Mass Effect, Andromeda, and playthrough I watched Dragon Age Veilguard were so sanitized and watered down. You had no consequences. The morality in Veilguard was lecturing and hitting you over the head with it rather than I prefer morality. Messaging as a writer to be subtle. Yeah, that's probably why I stopped playing it so much, is like the characters in Veilguard never got like the thing that kept me going through Veilguard was the world. I really liked the different cities you went to. I really like, because I love exploring like urban environments in games. I love it when a place feels lived in, and like there were cool little touches. So for some of the cities, like the kind of undercities, they had magic signs that were basically like neon signs, which I thought that's a really cool, interesting artistic aspect. I fucking loved it. But then like just the characters were a bunch of fucking wet blankets. Like the characters were wet blankets, and then on top of that, it also felt like it was suffering really hard from coming out in the shadow of Baldur's Gate 3. Good night, Juno dear. A woof. And the problem is with Baldur's Gate 3 is that they knocked it out of the park so fucking hard with the characters, and the characters became so iconic that when you had characters like I forget the horned person in Veilguard's name, and then like the old dude who was like kind of quirky with it but was also a necromancer, is like there was some stuff that was like, okay, this could be interesting, but every time I did like one of the side quests or spent more time with these people, I was just like, it's kind of not that like it's not, I don't give a shit. And that's kind of why I stopped playing it, because I liked my character. I liked making my character. I liked the worlds. I didn't hate the gameplay. It was just like when you have that kind of RPG, especially coming off of fucking Baldur's Gate, it's just like, damn, this. Slappy, I wish Fallout 4 didn't shit the bed in the main campaign. Yeah. Again, Fallout 4 is a game that I made my own story, and my story is way better. Arf. Flanderized. Yeah, and I haven't played, I've watched Koa play a little bit of Origins, and Koa played a little bit of Origins on stream before we played Mass Effect 2, which, by the way, we are planning, actually this Sunday we aren't, because we have a social engagement to keep up with, but next Sunday we will be continuing our playthrough of Mass Effect 2. So if you want to see me play Mass Effect 2, the first part is currently up on the channel.
When it's done, I'm thinking I'm going to try and go back through Banana Brains. You'll appreciate this. I try to go back through and download my Gears of War 2 and 3 playthroughs so I can put those up on a separate channel as Let's Plays. Quebec Fallout mod, the sum, it was actually government funded. I did not. You could do some crazy character builds. It seems fine. Like, yeah, I don't know. You hate Ashley too. I think I saved Ashley. Because I was like, Ashley or Caden, I was like, ah, fuck that guy. But I mean, also, Banana Brains, almost assuredly, I will get to finishing Gears 3 before Emergence Day, because E-Day is meant to come out next year. I think E-Day is coming out in 2026, which is cool. I'm looking forward to that. Man, yeah, I don't know. Gears is a thing that kind of also makes Gears and Halo followed very odd, similar trajectories where they just like they took these concepts that were really strong and relatively simple, and then instead of trying to move them forward, just tried to massively expand. And I think I think they both fucked up in like similar but different ways. And I think it is the really smart move to go back. I kind of wish, I think the Halo team is in slightly different of a bind because they already have Halo Reach, right? They can't just be like, oh shit, you know what? Let's go fucking back and tell the story before they make it to the first ring, which is essentially what the Coalition is doing with Gears. And I think that's a fucking, like, E-Day is such a great premise. Like, the Halo reaching Gears is such a great fucking idea. Bastion, I do hate in Halo 3 Truth became a fanatic, when in 2 he was a suave manipulator. I mean, I feel like that was more him revealing his true colors is how I always kind of thought of that change. Did I manage to talk Rex down? I think so. I think because we did the motion comic, because I've never finished the first one and I don't remember it from years ago when I did play it. So I think in the motion comic we did at the beginning of 2 that gives you all the choices. I'm relatively sure I did. No, see, I think my problem, Bruce Maxson, I think my problem with Halo Reach is that, or Halo 3 and continuing after that, is that each consecutive sequel after 4 hasn't really carried on. Like they try, and I don't know why, because 4 was generally relatively well received, and then they decided to just like completely change the story. God, the whole Locke hunting down the chief thing that turned out to be a big wet fart, and just this character that nobody gave a shit about. It was yeah, 4. I love 4. 4 is one of my, like, I'll be so for real, it's one of my favorites in the series. And then 5 just like, what the fuck? What the fuck are we doing with 5? And then like they had the unenviable task of making Halo Infinite, which is at once has to be a continuation, but also we super don't want to deal with any of the shit we left hanging. So yeah, and then like the more Halo Infinite went on, because I really liked what the fuck was the Atriox. I was like, okay, you know what? This is an interesting way to tie in the shit they were doing with Halo Wars 2, and like we've never really seen like since who's the big brute bad guy that you fuck up? Tartarus? We've never seen since him. Jabadiah. I had to see this guy with my own eyes. What a sick fetishist.
This the guy tweeting thousands of times per year about kids? Who are you talking to, buddy? Oh yeah, like I absolutely did not think that Atriox like I wish that they had focused on that, and then they had the librarian and all this shit at the end. I was like, fucking can't just have too good of a thing. Yeah. Have you played Manhunt by Rockstar Games? Yes. It's funny you bring that up because I was just playing Manhunt, I think I played it last week for a little bit. It's such a weird game to go back to because it's not a game. I've talked about it before. Deflecting instead of countering. What am I supposed to counter? Like you just say a lie about me and I'm supposed to what? Engage in good faith? Like here's the real problem with this kind of Asmongold, oh, you didn't engage with my arguments, is when you don't actually present any arguments, it's the cowardly position to fall back and be like, I see, yes, you didn't engage with my arguments. And it's like, you didn't present an argument. You just lied about me, saying that I tweet about kids 1,000 times a year or whatever the fuck. And then you are going to be like, yes, I can't believe you would engage with me in bad faith. What the fuck do you want me to do, dude? Like pull up my tweet history? You could go look at it. Go fucking look at my tweet history. See if I give a shit. Yeah, also Robin Xavier, we're in the middle of a fucking convo here. Talk about important shit. Like Halo 4. Yeah, when the argument is you're a piece of shit and they're like, why won't you debate me? No, that's what I've been dealing with all day, including from Asmon. No, I think they did think I was Niara because none of these assholes know what they just go after whoever Asmon is painting a target on, I guess. Ugh. Asmon, known good faith debater. What was I talking about? Oh my gosh. Motoko of Dreams. I appreciate that. No, it was I don't know how we got to talking about video games. I was thinking of doing a top 10 of the year because I didn't do one last year, but I did one before. And it occurred to me, I don't think I've even beaten 10 games that came out this year. I've probably beaten 10 games. I think I haven't beaten a lot of games in the last year, honestly. The last 2 years. I think part of it's been that I have been spending so much time. I spend so much time in general making content that I don't have a lot of time, unless it's a game that I'm really locked in on or a series that I'm passionate about, like Silent Hill. I just haven't. Yeah, I didn't care for the Halo 5 multiplayer. I fucked with the Infinite multiplayer for a while though. That was pretty good. I think I still have the I got the pink cat ear helmet for my Spartan, which is so cute. And yeah, Brutus Magnuson, the Halo 5 Spartans look like Power Rangers. I think it's the problem with a lot of 343's design ethos is that we need to just make it look more rather than just doing I don't want them to do the same thing. I get why they want to set themselves apart, but it comes across as you're doing too much. You're trying too much, you know? Have I played Paradise Killer as well? Soul Fresh 3431 over on YouTube. I'm gonna blow your mind here. Don't go anywhere. Oh, when I'm done typing this in. Oh, when I'm done typing this in. What was I doing? I love how it brings up my mother fucking Silent Hill video before. Oh my god. Why does it hate me? Why does it hate me? Chat. A critique of Paradise Kill. I don't want a critique. How again, it'll play the fucking fear video before. God, that pisses me off. All right. Oh, oh, wrong way. God damn it. Why did I do that again? I don't want to do that again, please. View your channel, motherfucker. There we go. All right, let's go to playlists. Let's go to documentaries. Just gonna pause that one. I have a video. Soul Fresh. I didn't just make a video on Paradise Killer. I made a documentary with the development team of the game. What, Banana Brains?
Paradise Killer is many things. A visual novel-inspired adventure game, an open-world collectathon, a detective mystery, a surreal vaporwave nightmare, and a dreamlike odyssey, all in one. But of all the things Paradise Killer is, there's one thing it isn't that seems to stand out the most. It's likely not like any other game you've ever experienced. When Ollie Clark-Smith and Phil Crabtree set out to make Paradise Killer, they had no idea what the final game would look like. It took years of experimentation, exploration, and iteration to breathe life into Paradise. But it also took a lot of trust between one another, not just as veteran game developers, but longtime friends. The two spent years of their life on an uncertain dream, laying it all on the line for an opportunity to make a game that was unique and personal, never knowing if it would pay off in the end. This is a look inside the development of Paradise Killer from the team that created it.
Thank you very much. Violet left. Phone's gonna die soon. Have a great night. Have a good one. Cassifel. Excuse me. Well, also remember my voice is... I'm sick as fuck right now, so I cannot... Cassifel, thank you for 23 months. Oh my god, I've been here nearly a year. That's almost 2 years. That's almost 23 months is almost 2 years. Love you, DD. Love your stuff. Hope you see a cool dog tomorrow. I got a cool dog right here. But thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, this was one of my favorite. Like being able to talk
And the world
to
and aesthetic of Paradise
Ollie and Phil.
There's a lot of checking of, does the player know this? So we have these knowledge items behind.
Oh, well,
the
I know.
scenes
I
which
know
are
Phil
given to
Mo,
you,
Coronel.
depending on things that are asked in dialogue, things that you've done in the world, things that you've picked
Thank
up.
you,
So
Grinner.
we're constantly checking
Glad to have you
your
here.
inventory and other variables.
Bailey said Lady is the coolest pupper.
To come out of it
Lady
without
loves
many
Bailey.
Logic bugs around that, thankfully. To review it. And then we were sat there counting down to the embargo time, and then GameSpot was the first one to go up, and that was a 9 out of 10. And I almost fell out of my chair. Like, I couldn't believe it, because this is a weird, dumb game for psychos, and like one of the most mainstream places has given it a 9 out of 10.
It's one of those things that I'm really happy to say that we made a game that we wanted to make, and it wasn't easy because we didn't have much money. There was a lot of personal stuff going on at the same time, but the game's so important to both of us. It's really nice to have it out there and to have people enjoy it. I still get messages from people saying, "Oh, I just played the game and they really enjoyed it," and it's crazy to me that people spend the time to tell me that. Like, that's to enjoy it enough to tell me. It's really fantastic.
And when you're doing an indie game like this, and you set fire to all of your savings, sacrificed a bunch of time with friends and family, and this can make or break your future. What we didn't want to do, we wanted to put out a game that we were proud of and that we wanted to make, and that was like, this is our one shot, so let's make it count. But we really wanted to also continue the studio and make this our living rather than going back to normal studio work. And so when that 9 out of 10 hit.
Yeah. So anyway, one of my favorite fucking videos I've done. I love, if you haven't watched and you're interested in video games, or you like talking about games with me and stuff, and you haven't looked at any of my video game documentaries, please go check them out. Please share them wherever you can. They don't get any real views because they're not my political content, but they are going to be closer to the stuff that I'm working on next year. I'm actually considering, I interviewed 3 developers for it before I kind of stopped doing the video game documentary thing, but I'm considering revisiting a documentary like the ones I've done in the past, but for Star Wars The Force Unleashed, the first game. Solar Lander, thank you for 20 slow in. Thank you, Robin Xavier. Alrighty, chat. Tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick one more time. And then when we come back, we're going to finally address Asmon. The just lying, shifty shit sack who has been sending hate all day my way. I really hate for you that the purpose you seem to have had for this YouTube channel was sidelined for a while. I mean, I wouldn't say sidelined. I would say that, like, critique and research has always been my forte, and I've just kind of shifted that to a lot of politics. But I am now trying to find a balance, because I think this year in particular, I think there's been a couple things this year. One has been well observed by many other people that, like, views are drying up across the board for everybody. Algorithms seem to be fucking up all the time. It's probably because every major company is trying to put in AI into fucking everything. But more than that, I want to find a happy medium between the kind of cultural critique that I'm good at and that I enjoy, and the stuff that people find useful. And I think a lot of people are really fucking tired of just hearing about modern politics and Trump and all of that shit. So I think there is a way to kind of still address those ideas, still talk about them on stream, but I want to get away from, like, every big project I do has to tackle, like, these incredibly important issues every, time I take on a piece that I'm going to be working on for a month or 2. It has to be like, I have to deal with all of the most awful shit and brace to deal with all of the most awful people. Yeah, it's been rough this year, and I want to pull back, because I think both myself and my audience are worn the fuck out. Thank you very much, Tony. I adore your abstract critiques. The manufactured nostalgia essay hit me really hard. There are going to be a lot of, I think the next couple of videos I'm doing are going to really follow in after the Destiny piece and the sex abuse piece. The next couple of videos I kick into high gear for are going to be very much in that wheelhouse. And then also, I think I am going to do speaking of cultural critique, I think I'm going to pull the trigger on announcing that, yeah, I'll do the Yellowstone piece
Pretty good. Alrighty, I will be right back. I gotta go blow my nose, and then we will get right into it. Oh yeah, no, we're talking about HRT. We're talking about HRT for sure. No, you're good. You're good. I was muted for a second. Goodness gracious. So, for those who aren't caught up, yesterday, sorry, you gotta get cleared off here. Yesterday, I put out a video, and Asmongold reacted to it. Now, before we go into Asmon's video, let's go to my video. The video I just fucking started. Because the fun part of the way Asmon reacted, and he put out a video reacting to me, and we're gonna watch that as well right after this. But I want to start off here, and then I want you to see if maybe he's missing something. See if you can notice. And I really I really want if you are an Asmon follower, if you are here from Asmon's stream, I need you to just watch how it happens, right? Because we're gonna play a little bit of my video, and then we're gonna play his video, and we're gonna kind of compare the two, and then I'm gonna do the thing that people have been fucking talking about all day. I'm gonna address his arguments.
So this was a stream I did where the entire point was not to argue with Asmongold, but to talk about specifically pointing out how he was inciting violence with his words and how he continued to double down and was such a chicken shit that he would just try and obfuscate anytime somebody calls him out on that, which is exactly what you're going to see him do. Now, I want to hammer this part. I spent the first couple minutes of this video talking about how Asmon uses arguments, how everything he says is just kind of based in vibes without having actual facts to back it up, and how his entire platform and brand is based on causing controversy through saying dumb shit, basically, and not being able to actually defend it. And so when people say, you know, for example, because this is one of the things that really pisses me off about this debate space, is that sometimes, especially with people like Asmongold, they aren't putting forward an argument, but they will still try and cover that up by saying, well, you didn't engage with my argument. You didn't actually engage with what I was saying, which is what we're going to see. And I want you to, again, keep that up here, right here. It's false earned sense of bravado that you see a lot.
It's very weird
in,
having me
this
in
kind
two
of like
two
trolling.
windows, though.
I'm going to piss off everybody. I'm going to make everybody angry because that it serves his needs to just continue saying wild out of pocket shit, get people angry at him, and then he goes and puts on another fucking video where he's making the same fucking facial expression, just going, uh-oh, they're canceling me on Twitter again, chat, as he just twitches through a 11-minute stream. So, and I want to point out first, I'm just going to open up another tab because so he didn't really watch my video when he did a reaction video to it. He didn't really watch my video. And I know that if he did, he probably wouldn't have done literally the thing I said he was going to do, where he's going to make a fucking face and be super vague posty about it. This video where he says enough, by the way, and is trying to look hard into the camera. It's exactly the thing I'm laying out in this video, which, by the way, he didn't watch on stream. That just ekes past the ad revenue marker, and it gets 300,000 views on whatever fucking channel. Like, so it behooves him to not only be an idiot, but be a confident idiot. And at that point, I think it's one of those things where it's just like, doesn't matter if he is genuine, doesn't matter if he's serious, doesn't matter if he actually knows what he's doing or knows what he's talking about. It's not really. Because in effect, he would still have the same results. Like, he would still be saying the same shit. So let's go over through, not my own words, but a recent tweet I did that
Why did it do
decided
that?
to react to on stream, and then we'll go into his reaction as well.
This is the first time I've seen this. I don't know why it's stretched out. I'm using new editing software. That's probably why. Fuck. Okay. It was supposed to be. That's fucking annoying.
Are going to kill trans people, and it's their fault while smirking, and also having no understanding of the political landscape or the fact that he
empty bravado. That isn't really based in any tangible fact.
Piccolo the goat,
but it is based.
You're not that late. You're not that late.
When people talk about how there's this kind of concentrated online chutosphere, and they don't really have, but about how an online chutosphere, and they don't really have any coherent beliefs. What they're talking about is there's no real policy goals underpinning a lot of the shit that people like Asmongold will say. When he's talking about Jews, when he's talking about, because he had a whole fucking tweet about how, oh, Jews should like this because, apparently anti-Semitism is down. Most recently, he was bitching about how the pregnant woman being dragged on her stomach by ICE, and people were essentially feigning outrage at that for virtue signaling, right? Like, he doesn't have a coherent worldview. He has an ideological side that he will argue nearly any point from. That is almost pre-given to him. And part of that has to do with arguing as though you've already won. Acting as though the world you want is already, oh, it's well on its way. It's completely inevitable. Because that's so intrinsically tied to the ideas about things like white nationalism, ethno-supremacy. These things of, fretting about the same fucking great replacement bullshit where people will, pearl clutch over the demographics. White people are going to be extinct by this. Because it's all predicated on there being a terminus to every event. That eventually all of these things will certainly lead to this pre-described point. So for people like Asmon, because they surround themselves.
Yeah, exactly, QETP. So this is the first couple minutes of the video where I laid out a preface. Again, plenty of you have probably seen this. Plenty of you were probably here when I actually did it. And I'm laying out how Asmon uses his arguments and how those arguments help him continue to double back and obfuscate, take the most bad faith position possible, but while still having an audience that goes out and calls everybody else bad faith because they buy into this fucking idea. And I don't want to re-litigate it too much. I just want to play the whole fucking thing because Asmon doesn't. And I specifically address several things that he tries to call me out for, not engaging with his arguments.
All essentially believe the same thing, but don't really have any concrete policy plans, don't really have any understanding of history, the flow of time, how all of these things move, and how movements will ebb and flow through time and politics and political structures. So to them, it's the zero-sum game of there are more radical right-wing people in power right now who are making attempts to crack down
$110 bottle of cologne. That is fucking crazy,
people,
Colonel.
Pretty much any kind of minority group that does not fit into their very narrow definition of what a
that's also not too terribly.
Like. So to people like Asmon,
yeah, cologne gets fucking expensive.
The next step is going to be that it is inevitable that they're going to win. That it is taken for granted that everything they want to do is already going to come to fruition. And I think really when you get down to it, that's why he has thrown in so many of his chips into this, new chud arc he's been going on for the last couple months. Well, a couple years now, but specifically really ramping up the I watched Nick Fuentes. My mom was a fan, like that kind of bullshit.
No, exactly, Tony. He's throwing a bitch fit that I didn't take the bait of his non-argument and instead accurately called him out on this tactic. Yeah. And guess what he did? So I spent, and you can go watch the video on your own. I spent a long time talking over Asmon. A long time. And so I want to go back to this video where he debunks what I say. And you might notice the thing at the beginning.
Children and irreversible. Asmongold will try to call me out for a tweet. I don't even know who this is.
Another thing, a lot of his fans and stuff continue saying like, oh, even who are you? Congratulations on getting 15 seconds of fame. It's like I was doing fine before Asmon. I'll be doing fine after he blocks me or whatever the fuck he's gonna do.
Why he thinks encouraging harassment is okay. Well, here's the funny thing. Whenever somebody makes a video like this, what is this? This is about me. It's a 36-minute video. The United States is so huge.
Oh, that's weird. It's a 36-minute video, and he skips. Oh shit. Well, that's crazy because there was a whole. If it's playing that far through, because there was a whole. That's like all the way right here. That's. It's almost like in his debunking of me, he completely skipped over everything I said to present the most disingenuous argument to his audience, knowing full well they would buy into it uncritically. That's crazy. Wow. That couldn't possibly be in bad faith, right? That couldn't. Oh, no. I mean, he wouldn't do that. Surely such an upstanding, amazing intellectual, just the public debater everybody loves, Asmongold, wouldn't stoop that low, surely. Let's keep watching. But he knows that. It benefits. Wrong one. We already watched that one.
So big that it's very hard for a change to happen in the country unless there's like a huge flashpoint like 9/11, right? But like inside of a country like Germany, I think that this is the way that this is the way that things go, right? Is that there's no change, no change, no change, no change, small change, a bit of change, and then everything changes. Whenever things begin to change, there is like a rapidly accelerating factor that will cause them to change hyper quickly, right? Extremely fast, because as soon as it starts to happen, like it will not stop. And so, yeah, anyway, we have somebody here trying to groom kids, saying that they can't consent to puberty. Like this is, again, this is the kind of stuff. And I also
I'm
want to
waiting
say
for
that
the response for this.
if you care about trans people, you will repudiate this person.
So this is my favorite part, is by saying I'm waiting for a response to this. The video I made wasn't about, and I'm suspecting either he knew this, he watched it beforehand, or he didn't know this because he just straight up didn't watch it. The video was about him inciting violence. The video was about picking apart his words to show how he is a disingenuous little scumfuck, kind of like he's being right here. The video was never meant to be, and I understand that for a pedant like this, it's direly important that I engage with his argument. But I actually, again, went through several hoops and at length talked about why he wasn't really making an argument. He didn't have facts or sources he was citing. He wasn't saying, hey, remember this happened, or providing any kind of even minorly anecdotal evidence. And again, I talk about all of this in the video that he skipped through. So he can then turn it around, clip it, which is mostly himself talking, by the way, and then present it to his audience as though, see, they don't have any argument. They can't even engage with what I'm saying. When he is literally the one, and we're going to see this in a couple minutes. I'm going to play every minute of this fucking video. He is the one who literally doesn't engage with what the video said. That is adorable but they kept turning back around and going down the same ways. I've already watched this, so I'm going to go grab my other
and then
drink.
just like turn.
Good
oh,
argument.
wait, no, this way.
Oh wait, no,
This is a great
oh,
argument.
No, oh wait, no, actually this way. Again, disingenuously presenting this as though it's an argument. What? This guy go to the fucking Stephen Molyneux school of and that's actually not an argument. Like that was just like, yeah. What the fuck are you?
Let's get another metaphor.
Talking about, dude? What are you talking about? Get fucking frame mogged by the anime fox. Like what?
You're a hamster. I don't know what you're talking about. Get mogged by an anime character. Uh-huh. What a great video.
Yeah, he might not know it's a great video because he skipped to this point in the video. You see, he's over halfway through it. So usually, and I understand this is hard for people like Asman who make content that is, between 11 and 15 minutes generally. Usually there's context that leads up to something being said. It's not just the same shit repeated all through it. But again, sorry. I'm doing this mostly. I'm being a little facetious, but I'm doing it to mostly educate all of the Asman viewers who've been coming into my comments all day, talking about how I didn't engage with his argument as though he just did, I guess. What are you talking about that there's this, and he didn't use the word catalyst because, again, probably a little bit outside his vocabulary, but that there are these moments that will catalyze things and then things will rapidly change. Okay. Yeah. Do you want to fucking tie that into what you're talking about? Like, do you want to connect?
Well, yeah, obviously. Like, I think that whenever people realize that, for example, there are trans surgeries being pushed on kids, and people are taking kids like fucking they're taking hormone blockers at 12 years old, and this becomes the public becomes aware of this at a
So this is where, God, I need to stop. I had to crack this open and I didn't want to crack it right into the mic. I'm sorry, y'all. This is, oh, fuck, I said a whole thing. The point is, he is making his argument here as though I did not understand it and talk about understanding it and how it serves him in the video that he just conveniently skipped over. All well and good, because you know what? I am going to engage with his argument. Doing the things he doesn't do. Having facts. Well, we'll see that in a minute. We're gonna get to the end of this, and then I got 7 or 8 different tabs open that I've had ready this whole time, ranging from news articles to medical journals, the whole kit and caboodle. We're gonna talk about this because the apex of good faith debate here, who is chastising me, whose fans have been getting all up in my shit for being bad faith all day. Would you believe it that by casting this as an issue where, oh, all these minors are getting these surgeries and they're being mutilated, and any doctor who helps is a predator, would you believe he's being bad faith and disingenuous? And the entire medical establishment, people who are actually experienced, know that most people don't see shit this way. Would you believe it? Well, we'll see it in a minute. We'll get there.
A mass scale and a few stories of kids who have had their lives negatively affected by it, I think that you're going to see a huge change very fast. That's the truth.
These thoughts. Another thing that he just keeps proving me right on. Sorry. I know I keep pausing it. If you go back and watch the original video, I talk about how he just kind of makes these assertions, right, that are from his perception of the world around him. Kind of like he did there, where it's like, yeah, no, the more people see this, the more they're going to, that's just the truth. Like, yeah, that's, you can't deny it. You can't do this, that, and the other. Wait for it. Connect the dots here a little bit for people. This is fucking wild.
And I think it already has happened. I think that the acceptance of, for example, like kids transitioning, and you can see this also even with gay marriage. You've seen it going down now, and I think that a result of that's because you've seen so many of these crazy stories and people trying to push this stuff on kids. You'll repudiate this person, and you will disavow this person, because any reasonable trans person... And so that's the entire argument?
Yeah, Zach. That's the entire argument. There's nothing else in this 35-minute video. Just the one offhanded joke I made about a hamster. Yeah, buddy. Oh, great knower of things, Asmongold here.
That's their entire point? A lot of them out there. Oh my God. See somebody like this and say, this person's giving away the game. This person is going and putting us all in a bad position because of their weird fetish fixation.
Yes, it's 30 minutes into the video.
Somebody's medical concern for people being able to live their best life is not a fetish.
It is when it's about kids. It is when you've tweeted about it as many times as Nayara has. Undeniably.
Actually, Zach, no, it's not undeniably a fetish when somebody, not to be too much of a Reddit-ass pedant piece of shit, but, by your logic, making so many videos would also make you a pervert because you apparently care about kids. If that's the only criteria to your logic, then literally anybody who expresses any kind of medical concern for the well-being of children is a predator. You fucking moron. Unless it's not that, unless it's not actually that, and it's just that you want to depict trans people as predatory. Which you say you don't want to, but then you come out with this fetish shit? And it's undeniable. Obviously, again, chalk one up for making assertions with no actual evidence and just everything being vibes based. I'm getting a sense of deja vu. Oh, right. I talked about that shit in the beginning of the video. We just watched it. Asmon skipped over it. It's okay.
Whenever you're talking about like pushing your worldview, pushing your sexuality on children, yeah, that's pretty bad.
Nehemia, hey, at least he used the right pronouns for now. Yeah, he loses that later in the video. Aegis Division, thank you for $5. Just when I thought I couldn't love you any more than I already do, you drop a video with 2 of you on screen. Thank you very much. Yeah, and by the way, there has never been anything fetishistic about the way Niara has talked about kids. At least that I've seen. All I've seen is them wanting to make sure that trans and queer youth have access to the medical procedures, which, by the way, are not really procedures. They're usually social standards of care, maybe puberty blockers. Again, we actually have like documentation and evidence and medical guidelines we're going to be going on right after this video. But it's so much easier to paint somebody as a target if you say, ooh, that person is being a predator to kids. Because it allows you to just not even have to really engage with the genuine concern they have for trans kids being able to grow up happily and live their best life. Which you don't give a fuck about. Also, not the right way to use the term giving up the game. If another trans person were to see Niara, I do also want to minorly point out that I've poked fun at Zach's rampant need to just like reflexively say, yeah, yeah. And it is to the point that he literally does it about me. Doing this, and we're to repudiate them, as Zach says, it's not because Niara is giving up the game, because that...
They absolutely are. They're radicalizing people against the trans community by trying to force trans issues on children. This is a 90-10 issue, and the vast majority of the public is against it.
I want you to hold that 90-10 issue in my brain. In your brain. Because we'll come back to that. I did find the actual, and I think somebody pulled up or mentioned that he used the same Pew Research metric from a year or 2 ago. It's not 90-10. It's not 90-10. It's not 90-10. Are you shocked that he's just pulling statistics out of his ass?
And to the extent that the trans community becomes defined by people trying to push these issues on children is to the extent that people will not want to have anything to do with the trans community and will view it as a group of groomers. This is undeniable. All you have to do is go on the internet. You're going to see this happen everywhere.
Now, one fun thing, and I know I'm pausing this a lot, but it's because I've had a lot of people push back on this. One fun thing I've been accused of all day is living inside of an echo chamber. But the one time so far in this dialectic, let's call it, Zach has had a source. It is slightly more than trust me. It's if you go on the internet, people agree with me. Compelling stuff, dude. Yeah. No, actually, hey, Zach, I went on the internet and actually everybody agrees with me. So I don't know. I guess we're at an impasse. You would infer from that is the goal of all trans people. Like giving up the game.
Yeah, if you don't remove extremists and radicals from your community, you become defined by them.
Again, very funny for somebody who recently was talking about collabing with racist anti-Semite woman hater Nick Fuentes. Funny on one hand, but also, again, painting somebody who has a genuine concern for the well-being of trans people, their medical and mental health care, as a extremist. That it somehow represents everybody. You know, it kind of seems like when Niara is talking about things and bringing in all this medical data and information and all of the just preponderance of evidence we have from the overwhelming consensus of the medical community on these care guidelines for trans youth. And it seems like to have somebody like Asmongold come in and simply call that person a predator without, going through that data, looking at the information, looking at the consensus of educated scientists, biologists, psychiatrists, psychologists, children's doctors of all kinds. it kind of seems like not only that he's engaging in bad faith, but that he's ignoring the actual facts to push an agenda. And I'm saying that now, specifically for what he's going to say coming up soon.
And I think that's the issue.
Specifically refers to trying to hide something. The cat being out of the bag, so to speak. Like it's hiding your power level type shit. It's a very common turn of phrase. Like, what the fuck, dude?
And I think a lot of people are starting to see that. Who are so afraid of being different, they want everybody to be different. Yeah, exactly. And do you consent to growing up and getting old? Yeah, I guess not, right? And if you're for the good version of something, you need to be against the bad version. Exactly, I know. And all I want for them to leave kids alone and leave the shit out of our video games. Yes, exactly. Just stop involving kids. This is you are in.
Notice just really how he addresses everything with no. It is just this constant feedback loop with his audience, where they send in something.
Is the whole video like this?
I don't know. Maybe you should watch the whole video.
It's going to get a lot worse, and you're going to deserve it.
Just a thought.
I hate people like this.
You know what?
Disgusting.
I'm just throwing it out there. I don't want to tell you how to do your thing.
Do something about it. And the problem also is
posturing. Yep. Let's skip around. Get closer to the end.
Answering anything? Yeah, because you can't. It's undeniable that the amount of like weird
So again, remember when I was talking about how he obfuscates? Remember how I was talking about how he just makes broad assertions that all end in the same point of, well, I'm right. Just because that's the way it works. And now, even when he is addressing an argument and he completely skips over that argument, doesn't really matter. Like I said in the original video, it doesn't really matter if it's through ignorance, willful malice. Kind of doesn't matter, because it gets to the same point that he is misrepresenting the evidence of somebody else to make his side ideologically just look as concrete and assured and bulletproof as possible. In the process, he can't help but show off how disingenuous and bad faith he actually is. Now let's hear all his great evidence for why he thinks this way.
Fixation that this group has had about trans kids has massively alienated like everybody. Pretty much everybody is against this except for the biggest retards on the internet. Did he ever attack your argument?
That's the word I'm looking for. For the vicarious thrill of his audience. The real problem here, he's just not that slick. So again, did he ever attack your argument? And you skip around to other points in the video without just, watching it from the beginning. That's okay, dude. Sure. Like, he's not.
Oh, God. And advocate for kids to be confused.
At least I know my
gender.
jokes are funny.
This is a
if
mental
he's laughing
illness.
at him.
This is crazy. Being trans isn't a mental illness, but your fixation on trans kids is. It's because I think on some very, very base level, they know their days one
are
more.
numbered.
That's
One
right.
more.
I want
So when you say,
oh, one more?
Okay. Is this going to be an argument?
Their days are numbered.
Yes.
Again, like, I don't know if it's...
Again, because the entire video was breaking down how he is actively inciting violence, how the language he's using is violent. The point of the video I was making was very obviously, and I explained this, to break down his arguments, how he makes them, why he makes them, and why he's a chicken shit. I was never debating, or disproving his argument, because he didn't present one to begin with. But now let's actually get at the argument he does present.
That he is so stupid he doesn't understand what he's saying. He's just...
No, here's what I'm saying. It's very simple.
Okay, lay it on me, buddy.
Every single person that's trying to push trans ideology on children is grooming them. I think every doctor who's performed surgeries on trans children is mutilating them. And as soon as I will advocate for, push for, and try to promote any candidate that will go into office and retroactively punish and put those people in jail. That's exactly what I mean. This is a disgusting abuse. It is ridiculous. And I'm sick of these people pretending like they have the moral high ground while they are mutilating children and irreversibly changing their bodies.
You're sick of people acting like they have the moral high ground. That's funny how that works, buddy. Because all that shit he talked about isn't happening. Kids being trans is something that has happened since time immemorial. There has always been gender divergent, gender diverse kids. There always will be. Just like left-handed kids, just like neurodivergent kids. Allowing a child to grow up as their most complete, confident, happy, and productive self, whatever form that takes, is not grooming. The idea that kids are being mutilated is additionally something that is just easily disproven with actual facts. And, most importantly, the accepted standards of medical care for trans and gender diverse youth. Again, we're going to actually go through all this shit because, unlike Zach, I don't just get my fucking opinions from Trust Me Bro Daily. I get them from professionals, professional sources. We'll see in a sec.
This is what should be happening. That's what I mean.
Repeating phrases and words that he thinks other dorks say online. If all the fucking kick streamers he's watching, all the Nick Fuentes orbiters he's hanging out with.
And this is the difference you'll see with people like me versus any of these other like
So this is legitimately, I laughed out loud on this, where he says, no, see, this is how I'm different from people who argue because I actually have facts on my side. And they attack the arguments.
Tards on Twitter is I will answer questions they ask. They will not ever address the context of the things that I'm actually discussing. They will never actually address the argument itself. They will address the optics of the argument. They will address how the argument sounds. They will address how the argument feels. They will address the person making the argument, but they very rarely actually address the argument itself. And I think
now, and I actually explain, here's the thing, he's not entirely wrong there. I just also spent the first couple minutes of the video explaining all that shit and how that benefits him. Again, kind of makes you wonder why did you start there, buddy? You can't really distance yourself and say, look how they attack me, they attack how the argument feels, they don't attack the actual argument or the context of what I'm saying. You want me to attack the context? Okay. No, I got you. Hold on now. We got context coming.
You've seen it right here.
I don't know if he just thinks that it sounds cool to say this stuff and doesn't understand that
this is just like more like weird patronizing Redditor behavior.
Implication of when more radical people get into power.
Yes, we're going to put these people in jail. Absolutely.
Like this is days
100%.
are numbered.
Yes, 100%.
Like it's not fucking rocket biology here, dude.
Also, it does not escape me the amount of people in my comment section today commenting that I'm so stupid. I thought rocket biology is the thing. Asmon fans really just proving themselves good knower of things. Just really, just like the Roach King. They really, y'all get a joke. No, I'm dead fucking serious. Go into the comment section of that video. There are multiple people trying to dunk on me for saying rocket biology as though it is not the most obvious and basic joke. Yeah, that is the joke. That is the joke.
Like it's very clear speaking of what most rational, reasonable want to kill.
Trying to.
Oh yeah, just skip through it more, buddy.
Okay. Be like, oh, you just want to kill them all. Okay, their days are numbered. Got it.
Right. The entire thing has always been about trans kids. That's what it's always been about. The entire conversation was about this. It was very, very well defined. The only reason why people like this, and this is the only thing that he's been able to do to synthesize any information at all in this entire video, is misunderstand one thing that I said. of going out advocating for violence are numbered.
All of what he said. He's like, no, actually, your days are numbered of you being violent. Aha, yes, you threatening violence and you.
Well, yeah, absolutely true. Yeah, and that's another thing too, is that I would weaponize the FBI, and I would weaponize any government institution I had, and I'd again, I wouldn't do this. I would vote for somebody to do this. Would be to go after all of these like weird psychotic freaks on the internet and put them in mental institutions. That's
so okay. Again, the entire point of my video was talking about how the language that he uses actually encourages violence. And by delineating anybody who just disagrees with him with the consensus of the medical establishment, psychiatrists, psychologists, I've already mentioned it, on my side, saying anybody who disagrees with me needs to be rounded up and put in mental institutions, which those aren't nice places, and he knows that. It's implicitly advocating for and threatening violence, even if it's done by the state. That doesn't suddenly make it not violent. So I was right. He's just doubling down on the shit I said in the video. When I first saw this, I was genuinely worried that maybe I really fucked up. Maybe Asmon is there was a brief second where I was like, fuck, maybe I did fuck up. Maybe I completely took it out of context. Maybe I was blinded by my ideological vantage point. But then I watched it, his response, and I was shocked by how much it just proves everything I said. And like in a really crazy way. I wasn't expecting it. I wasn't expecting it.
That's what I would want to do. I think these people are a cancer to society. They've destroyed online discourse. They are parasites. All they do is cause problems.
So again, I want to throw out there, Zach, I hear you. I'm holding space for you. This is a safe place. We can talk openly. But I feel like if you are the person with a massive platform who is specifically often targeting much smaller creators who won't engage in actual debate and will not even actually watch full videos criticizing you so you can disingenuously portray those arguments against you to your audience as though the arguments are just completely incoherent nonsense, because that's how you make it look when you skip around through a video. I feel like, again, I don't want to be too critical here. I just think that you're probably contributing more to dishonest online discourse and dishonest conversations. I don't know. This again, coming from Asmongold, the dude who just yesterday was talking about how he can't debate because so many people would see his points as too inhumane. So, because he doesn't see people as people. Those are his words, but please carry on about how I'm the one ruining online discourse.
They're retarded, they're maladjusted, and they fundamentally are addicted.
Another thing, really got to call attention to the fact that all of his fans have spent all day talking about how I just insulted him, which, fair dues. That's really the only things he showed off from my video. So if that's all you see of it, you might think that. I have a really hard time taking that to heart, though, when his most compelling evidence for why trans people should be locked in mental asylums is just saying slurs and calling other people maladjusted. Again, kind of rich coming from someone like Asmon. But wait. I don't want to attack the person instead of the arguments, even though that's just literally all he's doing.
Danger to not only themselves but other people as well.
Lying to people and shit, yes. I guess it's like it's too late, bro.
That they do.
Well, before getting to this part, skip through it, buddy.
He's just
saying that I'm talking about killing trans people.
So, Taco Face Fart, thank you for $2. Dead Domain equal hotter than Sydney Sweeney. I don't know. Her, like look, we're grading on a curve. I'm not going to lie. Sydney Sweeney's, she's got very nice assets. I will at least say that. Right? Too blonde for me, though. Remember what I was talking about? I had that long-winded preamble before getting to this part. I even talk about the preamble where I was like, he's just going to keep treating this stuff as inevitable because from his point of view,
it is inevitable. It's going to happen.
I can't, dude. It's fucking beyond parody. It's beyond parody. I say something and he goes, yeah, no, it absolutely is. Without having watched why I said that he would say that. And then he wants to say, I have no argument. Yeah, he just does the thing. He just does the thing. Here I am predicting what he does to his face, and he just does it. Like, Dead Domain doesn't miss. Yet again. Yet again.
It's going to happen. I mean, the only reason why there is as much acceptance for it as there is now is because so many social media platforms have to create an artificial reservation for these ideas to exist in a...
This is one of the more interesting things I've saw him assert was that... Okay, so, and walk with me on this one, because I had to, like, kind of put... What he's saying here is that essentially the only reason people accept queer people in public life is social media has created essentially safe spaces for them to exist, which has normalized it to people. But if that were true, that directly contradicts his assertion that, oh, all these people are only online. So either all these people are only online, so nothing they say or do actually happens in the real world, or people are somehow given safe spaces online that inform their perception in the public eye. It can't be both. It can't be both. Thank you so much, Nehemiah, for another $5. There's so much acceptance of it now. He says after the world, after saying the world is 99% against trans people. Yep.
A protected environment. The moment that Twitter was bought by Elon Musk, the entire sentiment around this issue shifted overnight. The only reason why you're not seeing more people saying what I'm saying on the internet is because they're afraid of getting fired, or they're afraid of...
It's just the only reason more people don't agree with me is because they're too afraid. I'm just a brave truth seeker, and I just say only true stuff. Yeah, you're so brave, Asmon. Yo, boy.
Getting banned. You can't rule by fear. Truth eventually will come through, and average people will see that, yes, this is bullying. It is. It's straight up bullying. What was even the thing about Peak Furry? I have no idea.
From his very limited
I don't want to
echo
watch any more
chamber.
of this. When we finish this last
That's
one.
You didn't watch much of it to begin with, buddy.
Is that this is the way it's going to go.
It is.
Without taking into account the
100%.
wider world around him.
You're exactly right. And how does the wider world around you think about trans kids?
Did he...
Outside of that echo chamber. The things that are constantly happening that would undermine this perfect fascist utopia he's thinking of, where he has an inside line on the FBI or whatever. It's the thing that
I'm advocating for what I want the government to do.
Talked about in the tweet that I think really got under his skin was how he doesn't have power. He doesn't. He is
not. You're right. Absolutely. That's why I'm waiting for somebody to vote or to vote for that will do the thing that I want them to do. You're right.
Much like myself, and what would be classified as an...
I mean, the fact is none of us really do. That's why we vote.
Oh, no shit.
At most, we can be said to be, we disseminate news through a particular political lens. But I do not have, much like Asmongold, despite our vast difference in fan base, I don't actually have political capital. Neither does Asmon. But
Davey and Cowboy, I think I'm gonna stop making fun of the eyebrow twitch thing. I think it's involuntary. Like I think it's just like a muscle twitch. It happens so often. I like the more I've had to watch his mannerisms and stuff, I don't think it's an affect that he's putting on. And so I don't know, it's kind of like the RFK Jr. thing where it's like, it's not, because I've made fun of the stupid voices people will put on, like fucking Critical Drinker will put on his stupid fucking voice. And like I'm not gonna make fun of RFK, for his thing the way I would the Critical Drinker, that kind of thing.
Again, because of the ideology he has aligned himself with, he believes that his true power lies in support
killing trans people.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You'll notice again, as I get to approaching the point, as I say all these things and then I tie it all together, he just kind of skips over that part, kind of the most important part. Meanwhile, here I am watching the whole thing. Funny how that works. I'm the bad faith one though. Okay.
Gold is talking about killing trans people, and his first response is,
"Oh yeah. Johnny Viral, don't get me wrong. RFK Jr. deserves to be made fun of. Like you'll hear no fucking argument there. But you can make fun of him for being, a baby bear killing, dog eating, philandering sociopath who murdered his fucking probably murdered his ex-wife. If through nothing else than negligence, but we'll see.
Cry about it, get upset about it. Your time is coming.
Of course, because there's no reason to reason with a person that doesn't want to be reasoned with.
And here's my favorite part. Oh boy, this is my favorite. Where after spending 10 minutes skipping through a video, disingenuously reframing the things I said, acting as though I wasn't making any points when I had actually made a couple salient points, and then just confirming pretty much everything I said that he would do and how he forms his arguments, he has to find a way to shut down the discourse for good. He has to find a way so that his audience will go, oh yeah, well that's why Asmon didn't engage, because it's not worth his time. And so he frames me in this way, and it's just, after literally skipping through the point I had been building up to making, I just really hold space, open your hearts, open your minds, listen to this.
You're not interested in having a conversation. You're interested in pushing an agenda. You're not interested in telling the truth. You're interested in people believing a certain outcome. So that's the reason why I act this way and I feel this way, because capitulating and discussing and explaining things to you in a lot of cases is just simply a waste of time. Because in doing so, you're engaging in rational conversation with a person who has no interest in that. You have no interest in doing this at all. You have no interest in discussing like whether something is a good idea or a bad idea or anything else about it. What you are interested in is insulting, patronizing, self-aggrandizement, talking about how smart you are, making these Reddit arguments.
I don't know what a Reddit argument is. I don't know what I said that was self-aggrandizing. I'll fully admit to insulting him for obvious reasons. But it kind of seems like a lot of those things he was doing, like just baseline insulting people, because that was, if you remember a couple minutes ago, insulting people was literally the only argument he had for why people should be locked up and put in insane asylums, because they're maladjusted, because they're whatever. I don't even remember the other word.
And that
economic prisoner. I'm starting to think DD does their homework before streams. No,
I don't get it. I've never understood it, and maybe it's because I don't go on Reddit. Like the Reddit / Discord thing, I've been getting a lot of Reddit insults as though I'm a Redditor, or that I do a lot of stuff on Discord in the comments again from his fan base. And it shouldn't surprise you that most of what is said in those comments is just uncritically echoing what he said, which is additionally funny because the fan base could have just actually watched the video for themselves and seen what I actually said. They didn't want to, though. It's just like, I don't know. I don't get the fucking Reddit Discord division thing. I never have. Like, are we still on the fucking playground that you're gonna tell me Sega does what Nintendo don't, dude?
That's it. And so anyway, I'm not gonna watch the whole thing, right? I'm not.
Oh no shit. Oh word. You're not gonna watch the whole thing? That's crazy, man. That's fucking wild. No, I tell you what. I said I am. We're gonna go. Still got 2 minutes left.
So anyway, doubling down hard on extreme transphobia. This is the thing too, and it's pretty sad for people to see that, or for me to see that I'm the one that's being transphobic. It's crazy. Here's a recent reputable opinion poll about banning HRT for kids. Let me see here. Americans have grown more supportive of restrictions on trans people in the recent years.
So I want to point out 2 things. Again, this is something somebody in his chat just sent him. So it's not something he claims to have cited before. And he's going to use it to say, see, obviously, my opinion is validated by this. But I want you to call back. Remember what were the specific numbers? It was 90% and 10%. He said this is a 90-10 issue, and everybody knows it. So hold 90 and 10 in your head for what we're about to see.
2/3 of U.S. adults support policies requiring transgender athletes compete on teams that match the sex that they were assigned at birth. Yep, there we go. 2/3. Wow. Trans people with discrimination in jobs, housing, public spaces, restaurants, healthcare professionals provide minors. Yeah, it's a majority opinion. Yeah, this is a majority opinion. Only 26% of the population are actually in favor of this. So never let these mentally ill, weird, I don't know what this person is, I don't really care, but never let these weirdos think that you are not the majority. Not only are you the majority, you are the super majority. You are the vast majority. The overwhelming majority.
That's not what those numbers mean, by the way. You'll remember, again, this 90-10 issue, he has to reframe it to suit his needs. Well, I actually have that right here. Yeah, I actually have that we'll talk about that in a second. No, I can close that one out. That's mine. No, we still got less than a minute left. I said we're watching the whole thing. We're doing
Goblin, left-wing creators, real-world consequences. Yeah, sure. And so anyway, that's about it. So where are you getting your source for majority? Where am I getting my source? The poll that I just looked at right here from pewresearch.org. It's right there. And also,
okay, it's right
even
there.
if there wasn't a poll, it's obvious.
It's so obvious, dude. Yeah, what did I say? What did I say, chat? Come on now.
It's obvious. You don't need to be a researcher or a genius to look at it.
I'm right, and it's just so obvious. Oh, buddy. So, you know what? After so much of back and forth, and so many people probably still in my comments talking about how I don't engage with the arguments, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to engage with his argument, because he's fucking wrong. Willfully wrong. But first, we're going to start with his evidence, which doesn't actually align with the 90-10 overwhelming majority he was talking about.
So, from Pew Research, this was all this year, actually. I thought it was last year, but it was this year. 2/3 of U.S. adults support policies requiring trans athletes to compete on teams that match the sex they were assigned at birth. Where is the other part of this? Here we go. So that was from this. A new Pew Research survey finds that majorities of U.S. adults strongly favor laws and policies that require trans athletes to compete on teams that match their assigned sex at birth and ban healthcare professionals from providing medical care related to gender transitions for minors. So that people who have a favor/strongly favor to make it illegal for healthcare professionals to provide minors with medical care for gender transition are 56%. Now, if you want to say that is an overwhelming majority, that's a lie. That is barely over half. That's not even 60%. Now, if it was 90-10, that would be an overwhelming majority. But as you'll see here, you still have 26% oppose that and 17% undecided. So, almost 40% not in favor of it. That's not exactly an overwhelming majority. And here's one of the interesting things. Yeah, it's a slim majority. But here's the more interesting thing. And again, Asmon just wants to go by the will of the people. There's actually a reason why that number has increased over time. And we're going to talk about that too in a second. Because like I was talking about, Asmon, things don't just happen in a vacuum. There is a wider context in the world around these issues that it doesn't benefit him to take into account, but oh boy, benefits me. Survey also finds that more Americans support than oppose laws and policies that require trans people to use public bathrooms that match their sex. 49% favor or strongly favor, 26% oppose. Or make it illegal for public schools to teach about gender identity. Fun. So, I want to see this. Because he didn't talk about this part, how Americans' views of trans issues have changed. Compared with 2022, Americans have become more supportive of laws that limit protections for trans people and less supportive of laws aimed at safeguarding them. Now, more Americans say they favor or strongly favor policies that ban healthcare professionals providing care related to gender transitions for minors by up to 10 percentage points. Wow, that's crazy. So here we have this. Even Democrats leaning. People have talked about this. People like Brianna Wu have brought up how, yeah, even the Dems are starting to be against this by a wider margin. Here's 2022, 72%, 79% in conservatives, 46% in 56% for all adults, and 26 to 35. Now, that's a popularity poll, but you might ask yourself, well, that's weird, because what Zach would say is that, well, yeah, because there's so many crazy trans activists and everybody just sees them and the way they act completely insane, and it's polarizing people against that. It's why you'll see at the beginning of his video he just asserted, again with no evidence, that people were turning against queer marriage because of trans issues. Now, I don't think so. You might ask yourself, hey, Vesper, why is there such a calculated increase in public perception of anti-trans legislation? And you know what? I'm so glad you asked. Oh, crazy. This is from last year, before that Pew Research poll came out, by the way. October 21st, 2024. Trump and allies are pouring millions into anti-trans election ads as election nears. Trump's campaign and Republican groups have spent over $21 million on these ads. Wow, that's a lot. That almost seems like, and stop me if you've heard this before, but when you have a concentrated effort to turn a specific minority into a culture war, and there is no ideological pushback from the other side, this being the fucking Democrats, thank you, Kamala, it becomes a heated issue that Republicans can then exploit
Conservatives can then make a topic of conversation at every fucking political rally. And as we see right now, they're even still trying to use trans people to distract from the Epstein files controversy. So when you ask, well, why is there such an uptick in anti-trans legislation and anti-trans sentiment? It's because it's being fucking astroturfed, you dumb motherfucker. It's because low information voters, which is a major portion of the American voting body, like Asmongold, will just glom onto whatever shit they're sold, uncritically, if it serves them. Again, buddy, watch the beginning of my video. Tony, golly gosh, could this be a wildly active campaign against us in which he is a willing and enthusiastic participant? Crazy. Yeah, who would have thought? Damn. Meanwhile, the Trump campaign and Republican groups have spent more than $21 million on anti-trans and anti-LGBTQ ads as of October 9th, nearly a third of roughly 66 million television ad spending during that time period. Transgender issues are among the least important issues motivating voters to head to the ballot box. Crazy. Mm-hmm. According to the ACLU, of the hundreds of incarcerated trans people in BOP custody each year, no one had ever received gender-affirming surgery until 2023. Quote, I think he spent $20 million on those ads trying to create a sense of fear in the voters because he actually has no plan in this election that is about focusing on the needs of the American people, Harris said in the Fox News interview. $20 million on an issue that, as it relates to the biggest issues that affect the American people, is really quite remote. And again, his policy was no different. Oh, crazy. Her fucking speechwriters came up with that one pretty good. Transgender people make up 0.5% of the U.S. population and 1.4% of teens between the ages of 13 and 17. Oh, that's wild. Despite the small size of the population, trans issues have played a key role in many Republican campaigns on both the state and federal levels. Still, Trump's own political agenda, titled Agenda 47, is laden with transgender-based proposals, including a ban on trans participation in women's sports, an end to gender-affirming care funded by state dollars, and more. Huh. His proposals reflect many of the 530 anti-LGBT bills that have been tracked, many of which were restrictions on pronoun changes in schools, gender-affirming care restrictions, and more. Well, okay, but Asmongold was just telling me that it was public sentiment, that this is actually all the fault of queer people. This is all, this is the first time I'm hearing of this. This is news to me. Wow. You mean to tell me it's not what he fucking said? Damn, that's wild. So, see, here's the difference between me and Asmon is Asmon will have somebody share with him the first Google result they got. Whereas I actually do a little bit more research than that. Yeah, see, I don't just get my opinions from, hey, trust me, bro. I go form them based on actual facts. So the first thing I want to talk about is how and why do so many people think that, all these trans kids are just being mutilated? The bullshit that Asmon spouts, you would think, much like with Matt Walsh or any of these other dorks, you would think that there is just a massive campaign to chop up trans kids, to literally take them out of schools, or maybe even in the school nurse's office, to just take them, cut off their body parts, sell them on the black market, whatever these people think. So I want to read this from June 2024, the prevalence of gender-affirming surgical procedures among minors and adults in the U.S. And this is a big article.
This cross-sectional study used a national data set to examine the prevalence of gender-affirming surgical procedures among minors and adults in the U.S. Because here's the thing. It is not true that there are no surgical procedures on gender-diverse kids. What is true is that it is not A, anywhere near as prevalent, and B, happens mostly to boys. And it's not the surgery you might think. Gender-affirming healthcare aims to align an individual's physical gender expression with their intrinsic gender identity. An example is breast reduction for cisgender males with gynecomastia. Recently, there's been increased legislative efforts restricting gender-affirming healthcare specifically for trans and gender-diverse people. Proponents of these efforts express concerns that trans and gender-diverse people might be too commonly using gender-affirming surgical procedures. Given stringent clinical standards for gender-affirming care, and this is really the important part that Zach should listen to as somebody who is not apparently interested in the actual medical consensus. This is kind of the important part. Use of gender-affirming surgical procedures by TGD minors is expected to be low. However, there are limited national data. While one study provided national estimates, it did not capture minors under the age of 12 years and did not exclude procedures with clinical justifications outside of gender affirmation. Therefore, using a national data set, we evaluated the extent to which TGD minors and adults received gender-affirming surgical procedures in 2019. Additionally, in line with a recent publication from bioethicists, to acknowledge that gender-affirming care is used by people of all genders, we provide a novel characterization of the relative use of one gender-affirming surgery, breast reductions, by TGD and cisgender populations. So this is the method of gathering data. Informed consent was waived because data were de-identified using medical claims from, Inovalon Insights. We identified TGD people who received a gender-affirming procedure using previously validated sets of diagnostic and procedural codes in 2019. We then calculate the rate of people who received a gender-affirming procedure with a TGD-related diagnosis per 100,000 total people in the following categories: adults, minors, 15 to 17 years, 13 to 14, and 12 or younger. Next, given that breast reduction for male cisgender adults and minors can be considered gender-affirming care and can be covered by insurance, we compared the proportion of breast reductions used by cis males without a transgender-related diagnosis, and trans people. And this is the really, really important part. Importantly, all surgical procedures among patients with indications of differences in sex development or patients with other medical indications for surgery, e.g., cancer, injury, were excluded. Analyses were performed, blah, blah, blah. So here's the results. The sample included 47 million adults who were insured and 22 million minors who were uninsured. I'm truncating the numbers. Of which 3,800,000 minors, 16.8, were aged 15 to 17. Now, it's interesting that Asmon actually in the first video said, no, I'm not talking about 17-year-olds. So apparently around that range is fine for procedures for him. Not really. We'll get there. The rate of undergoing a gender-affirming surgery with a trans-related diagnosis was 5.3 per 100,000, compared with 2.1 per 100,000 minors aged 15 to 17 and 0.1% per 100,000 minors aged 13 to 14 years. And, 0 procedures among minors aged 12 years or younger. That's crazy. What is going on? Sorry, I was looking at chat. So it's that's what So this is taken from damn. So you mean to tell me that in this set there were literally none in the specific category that Asmon is spreading fear about? Literally not a one. So this next part I particularly like. Of gender-affirming surgical procedures identified among adults and minors, 1,500 of 2,664, 59.7%, and 82 of 85, 96.4, were chest-related procedures, respectively.
Of the 636 breast reductions among cisgender male and trans adults, 80% were performed on cis males. Of the 151 breast reductions among cis male minors and trans minors, 97% were performed on cis male minors. Wow. So that sure kind of seems like the narrative that people like Asmon are pushing, that there is just this epidemic of surgeries and mutilations being performed on children, when by this study, by this paper, seems to say that actually most gender-affirming surgical care for minors is for cis kids. So, cis kids, it's fine. But for the point, whatever, like, okay, by Asmon's logic, that, oh, you can't consent, you should wait until you're an adult to do this stuff, then I'm sure he will also say that, oh, okay, if you have gynecomastia as a child, you just have to grow titties. Sorry. Kind of seems a little like he probably wouldn't be okay with that. Thank you, Nehemiah, for $5. Counterpoint? Nuh-uh. Yeah, nuh-uh. Also, congrats, Max Danger. Oh, I meant to talk about this one. RFK Jr. and Dr. Oz announced moves to ban gender-affirming care for young people. So again, when you're wondering where does this concentrated effort come from to try and attack specifically trans youth, well, it's from the top down. It's not a grassroots movement. It is it's specifically a culture war engineered to get people distracted and riled up so that they'll go and get mad about this instead of the people like robbing the country blind, ransacking natural resources, poisoning unlimited, unknowable numbers of communities with things like big data centers that are getting built more every day. So many little things to distract from, which is why we have issues like this now. When, as we just saw, the things he says are on his side aren't really on his side. When he's trying to make it sound as though there's this epidemic of mutilations and children just being maimed and Frankenstein to death, which isn't happening, that we just saw. But you know where a lot of the sentiment is coming from? The ideological agenda of the Trump administration. It's really that simple. Quote, so-called gender-affirming care has inflicted lasting physical and psychological damage on vulnerable young people. RFK Jr., not a doctor, said, quote, this is not medicine, it's malpractice. The American Academy of Pediatrics pushed back strongly against HHS's actions. Quote, these policies and proposals misconstrue the current medical consensus and fail to reflect the realities of pediatric care and the needs of children and families. So, I want to actually go over that really quick. Because, oh boy, we do have some standards of care and practices. El Salve, thank you for being a member for 9 months. Frank Turek once had surgery for his gynecomastia due to affirm his gender, but won't tolerate the same thing for female to male people who want top surgery as well. Many such cases, unfortunately. My cat is still yelling at me. Okay, I'm going to go feed Miss really quick, and then we'll get right back to the facts and figures.
goodness. Boy. So, this is from the Office of Population Affairs. And the thing I like about this one, it has a shit ton of additional reading that we're going to go into. And I want people to go to this one. This is on the hhs.gov site. I think it is an outdated thing that has not been, yeah, here we go. Restore this website to its version as of January 29, 2025. Modified or removed, blah, blah, blah. Any information on this page promoting gender ideology is extremely inaccurate and disconnected from truth. The Trump admin rejects gender ideology due to the harms and divisiveness it causes. This page does not reflect reality, and therefore the administration in this department rejected, which is a way of saying that they're just ignoring the actual medical consensus from professionals who study this shit, much like Asmon. So right on the money there. But the fun part about this is they want to say that, oh, this doesn't represent truth. But then I love all of these fun little things, the standards of care, discriminations on basis of sex. Ooh, genderspectrum.org, gender identity, gender affirming care saves lives. Wow, gender affirming care is trauma informed care. 5 things to know about gender affirming care. Asmon, these are pretty useful. You might want to dig into these, buddy. Gender affirming care is a supportive form of healthcare. It consists of an array of services that may include. So this is the important part again, because when people like Asmon, they want to talk about the argument that they're engaging in. We know what the argument is. His argument is that anybody who advocates for proper care, medical care, is a predator or a groomer. Okay, well, let's engage with that. Let's engage with what it actually means to offer that proper medical care. Because when you look into the whole spectrum of it, it's not just operations. They know this. Again, it doesn't benefit them to acknowledge that. It doesn't benefit them to acknowledge that overwhelmingly, the majority of any action taken for queer, gender diverse youth is social, first and foremost. More so than even just puberty blockers, which are reversible. But again, don't want to engage too much with facts. Wow. Somebody said I just sound like Owen Wilson. Oh, that's crazy. Nathan U 1899, thank you for that. Don't trigger my vocal stem like that. It's my vocal stem. For trans and non-binary children and adolescent, gender-affirming care is crucial overall health, allows the child or adolescent to focus on social transitions, and can increase their confidence while navigating, wow, the healthcare system. Oh, so there's actually a lot of benefits to it. That's crazy. I was told it's all being centered, treats individuals holistically, aligning their outward physical traits with their gender identity. Wow. Gender diverse adolescents face significant health disparities compared to their cisgender peers. Trans and non-binary adolescents are at increased risk for mental health issues, substance use, and suicide. Which again, so when people talk about how you want to kill trans people or how you don't care if trans people die, it's because we know these things already. And when you are creating a world who just want to target you for being trans, where if you express any kind of concern for kids killing themselves because they can't get the medical health care they need, and then you say, oh, you care about those kids, you must be a sick predator. Meanwhile, you're, Asmon, running interference for actual pedophiles like Trump. But sure, good faith arguer over there. 52% of LGBTQ youth seriously considered attempting suicide in the last year. And that was 2021. Oh, wow. Medical and psychosocial gender-affirming healthcare practices have been demonstrated to yield lower rates of adverse mental health outcomes, build self-esteem, improve overall quality of life for trans and gender diverse youth. So again, you see these little things there? Those are citations. As I know it's CITATIONS. It's the little things at the bottom that take you to the things that experts are saying. Yeah, you usually probably have them dropped in your chat by people who just do random Google searches for you. So let's go. Oh, Endocrine Society Clinical Practice Guide. That's actually great for me. So we've got... So this is the abstract, 2009, blah, 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 evidence, consensus, conclusion, gender affirmation. So the reason people don't like talking, people like Asmon, Matt Walsh, everybody who just randomly paints any trans person who cares about this issue as a pedophile or a groomer or a predator, the reason that they don't like actually digging into the meat of this issue is because it's actually a little bit more nuanced. You see, the holistic approach to medical care means that the care is between a doctor and their patient, which is additionally why Asmon's whole assertion, asserting that, I just totally lost my fucking train of thought. I'm so sorry. What was I saying? It's getting late. My ADHD is taking over. Also, I just saw Max Danger's thing in the chat about the Pokemon TCG. Oh, the reason they don't want to engage with this is because it's slightly more nuanced than just painting everybody who knows more about a subject than you as a bad guy. That, again, does not benefit them to do. So, again, if Asmon ever wants to have a real conversation about this, he would unfortunately be forced to reckon with this kind of nuance, which he is just unequipped for. Multidisciplinary treatment, which endocrinologists play an important role. They seek and or are referred to endocrinologists to develop the physical characteristics of their affirmed gender. They require a safe and effective hormone regimen that will suppress endogenous sex hormones, hormone secretion determined by the person's genetic/gonadal sex, and 2, maintain hormone levels within the normal range for the person's affirmed gender. Hormone treatment is not recommended for prepubertal, gender dysphoric, and gender incongruous persons. Excuse me. Now, here we go. Those clinicians who recommend gender-affirming endocrine treatments, appropriately trained diagnosing clinicians, a medical health provider for adolescents, and mental health professional for adults should be knowledgeable about the diagnostic criteria and criteria for gender-affirming treatment, have sufficient training and experience in assessing psychopathology, and be willing to participate in the ongoing care throughout the endocrine transition. So, again, this idea that you can just fucking walk into a place and get hormones like a pack of Skittles out of a vending machine, that they're just giving, this bullshit that we hear repeated ad nauseum of transgender for everybody, is just that. What we're reading here from actual scientific papers made by actual people who do this is talking about strict guidelines, a plethora of different people overseeing it, and then also saying that even puberty blockers and hormones are not recommended for prepubertal gender dysphoric people. Jake got his ass TKO'd. Jake who? Jake who? Who's Jake? So here, again, the thing they don't want to talk about is what actually happens with youth healthcare. Because most of it is social affirmation. Adopting gender-affirming hairstyles, clothing, name, pronouns, and restrooms and other facilities. Puberty blockers, using certain types of hormones to pause pubertal development. Reversible. Hormone therapy is partially reversible. The problem is that people confuse hormone therapy with puberty blockers, and those are very different things. And then gender-affirming surgeries, which, again, typically used in adulthood or case-by-case in adolescence, which is talking about late teenagers who have intense dysphoria. The amount of rigorous, what's the word I'm looking for? Consensus you have to reach from multiple healthcare providers
to sign off on literally any kind of gender affirming surgery for somebody who is a minor, even 16 or 17, is so fucking wild. The only way people can engage with this in a way to make people hate it or understand it less is to make it seem as though it is all so easy to access, and therefore that is why it must be broken apart. It must be completely, eradicated from society at every level, quote unquote. Isn't it also super invasive at times? Yeah. And it can be. Oh, Jake Paul got knocked out? Damn. It's a good, okay. Yeah, Max Danger. It took 3 counselors and 2 doctors to get the old titties off. And you were just talking about how it's been, 10 plus years? You seem happy with it. Bank skis and hijinks. Thank you both for following. Here we go. Wow, there's a lot here. Glossary of terms. Transgenders. Oh, holy shit. Look at all of these things. Wow, that kind of. Oh, actual doctors and shit. Oh, that's well-being of transgender and gender diverse youth. A critical review. Trevor Project. Understanding mental health of trans and non-binary youth. This was 2020. So, comparison of mental health, self-harm, suicidality, substance use, and victimization experiences. That's crazy, dude. "12 years on T. Hell yeah, Max Danger. Best decision of my life along the rest of my transition." It's so, it warms my heart, not only as a trans person to hear that, but additionally that you're here to share this with the rest of it. Windowless Van, thank you for following. I don't know if I like being followed by that. I don't know if anybody likes being followed by that. Family relations, health, gender, critical review, abstract, trans youth. So again, when we talk about the importance of why these things matter so much, when people like Niara, myself, anybody who tries to rally around the idea of why these healthcare bans are so awful, and it's not just because that they are another way, as much as Zach will probably want to talk about like slippery slopes for any other thing like immigration, he sure doesn't seem to see how these kind of healthcare bans going against the well-informed consensus of medical experts and professionals that are also, as we talked about, astroturfed by large money interests to create a culture war, doesn't see how they additionally can very easily and are intended to move the Overton window so that healthcare bans against all trans people, which they are already trying to do in various states, are legalized. When people talk about there being a cultural genocide, it is because there is a concentrated effort from the top down to not just push trans healthcare on kids by the wayside, but push all queer and trans people out of society at a visible level. Trans and gender diverse youth experience significant health and well-being disparities compared to their cisgender peers. I remember this. I cited this. I think I cited this one in another video. Was it? I think it might have been one with the hate church. But yeah, Ethan Price, that's what a lot of it is. Like, that's the other thing, is that we don't have a lot of, and we need more studies that break it down by what actually happens to kids, or how they actually end up. Because one of the things where people talk about, like, oh, how, this many kids are identifying as trans and how that's such a scary thing, it's because in a lot of these studies, they lump in kids who are just like, well, I don't know, maybe I am non-binary. Well, maybe I am trans. Maybe I am this. And that's where you get a lot of these kind of like, maybe they'll try some puberty blockers, maybe they'll try a social transition, and where you get a lot of TERFs going, see, actually a lot of people, they grow out of it, they do. And so it's all just, it's a social fad. And it's because, yeah, some people try it and it's not right for them. Like that's what the entire experience of teenagers should be, is finding out who you are and who you want to be and who you want to grow into. Kim Petras is one of the very few trans youth who had gender-affirming bottom surgery. I don't know. Kim Petras. Molotov Cocktail, thank you for following. Why am I getting a bunch of people over on Twitch? Thank you all for being here, though. I appreciate it. Yeah, exactly, Slappy Meats. That's the whole point. We want them to be able to ask those questions and find those answers. Yeah, it is more important that, and this is true of so many people who look back. I cannot think of a single trans person who doesn't look back and wish, damn, I wish I was able to do this when I was a kid. Articles discuss family relationships, including mental health, homelessness, sexual health, and substance abuse. 3 of 6 qualities of strong families, coping ability, appreciation, and effective, were represented in the literature. The risk for bias, certain. All right, do I have the conclusion? Oh, yeah. Also, it's because we want more people to grow up happy and healthy, because trans people are already at risk of being ostracized from their fucking family because of, again, rhetoric of people like Asmongold. Compared to cisgender youth, strained relationships between trans youth and their family may be a direct result of family rejection of trans young person's gender identity, a young person's perception or expectation of rejection, or due to reasons similar to why cis youth may have poor family relationships. Wow. Youth will experience less familial turmoil. Oh, it is possible that if society's acceptance and understanding of normal gender variation continue to expand, trans youth will experience less familiar turmoil. So, the opposite of what people like Asmongold are trying to do, which is to just completely shut down any conversation. Like at a certain point, I can only assume because it just scares them. Like if you aren't trans, you shouldn't actually care that much, dude. Perception of family experience can be significantly mismatched. Perception of maybe more influence on youth. Therefore, it is appropriate for review to consider health and well-being as a broad topic. I do remember reading this. I do remember this one. But yeah, I want to go back. Oh yeah. Bans on best practice medical care for trans youth. So again, to kind of tie in what we're talking about, the best practices of trans medical care, which again, Asmon doesn't really engage with, trying to depict it as just this zero-sum game of predators and groomers because he just doesn't engage with anything else. And also, I wanted to tie that into how it is very obviously an ideological mission and a byproduct of just the modern conservative culture war movement. Jesus Christ, Brandywine, that is so fucked up. They couldn't even handle lesbians at my local mental health place. They told me I was choosing a lonely life and said I should get right with God. The shit that would, that would fuck, Oh, damn, okay, I have,
Oh my God. I am so sorry. I do not know why I have had such terrible. Ugh. I have never sneezed as much in my life as I have this year. Excuse me. Here we go. State bans best practice medication and surgical care for trans youth, though ban may not be in effect. State bans best practice care. Makes it a felony crime to provide certain forms of best practice care for trans youth. So that's what they want. Jesus. 38% of trans youth live in states that ban best practice medication and surgical care for trans youth. So, 38% are doing what Asmon wants, which is, as we just saw, and as plenty of those, I've shown you all these websites. You can go look them up on your own. You can go just dig through the citations for the benefits of care. And now, should there maybe, you know what? I will give it up to the people saying, God, I need to stop coughing. I've just been fucking talking, so my throat is getting. To the people saying that we need more safeguards so that it doesn't happen that we have people who go through surgical procedures or go through puberty using different hormones and they don't come out with regret, which is true. But we also have plenty of research showing that overwhelmingly trans people who go through with their transition are happier. They don't regret it. And additionally, so many people who do regret transition were adults. This wouldn't even affect so many of the kind of cases you see of detransitioners making a big whoop about how, oh, doctors took this from me and they lied to me about this. And then it's like a 35-year-old. Sorry, I'm just reading chat really quick. "60% of trans youth live in states that do not ban best medical practice care for trans youth." I mean, like, look, if we want to say that, what was it? Was that 54%? Asmon was talking some shit like, oh, it's a overwhelming majority. It's a 90-10 issue. I mean, like, we go by 60% of the states haven't banned best practice medical care. 60%. That's talking about the ballot box. I mean, it kind of seems like if you want to go by the numbers that are slightly higher than half, kind of seems like the overwhelming consensus is. I'm being facetious. Banana Brains. You know, it would be more productive reading studies from experts and learning about statistics for once instead of getting all of your talking points from streamers. And this applies to Dead Domain. Yeah, absolutely. What did I just say? I said, go find these things for yourself. If that, like, do not just take my word for it. I show off all of these things in the hopes that people will look after it and go find it on their own. Like, I am not looking to be your only source of any information, and I never will. I will never say that, oh, you should just listen to me. You should only listen to what I have to say. Like, that's never been me. That's not who I am. My only real goal here is to both entertain, but more importantly, educate people. And if people walk away feeling as though they, with facts and statistics, not just, I should clarify, it's not just a feeling, because that's really what Asmongold does, is he gives his audience a feeling of being correct. And then they go into my comments and they'll talk about, oh, we're like, why didn't you engage with his arguments and stuff? For the video where he showed himself not engaging with my arguments and then proving me right about everything I said in my video, which he skipped over for his video. Whatever. The point is, I am not the be-all, end-all. I never want to be. I don't want anybody to watch my content and walk away being like, okay, well, I've learned everything about this there is to know. Because while I do try and be, to a certain point, especially in my more, I don't even know, my more methodical, incisive, investigative pieces where I dig really, really deep into the meat, I want to be exhaustive, which I think I am, sometimes to the point of boredom. When I watch back some of my old videos, I'm like, this is fucking, come on, wrap it up. I feel like I'm listening to your citations, not you. I just want everyone to provide citations. Yeah. Yeah. I would love more people to do this. Antidome, hope you're not developing an allergy to lady. I would never. My body would refuse. My body would simply reject any kind of thing coming for my puppy, my baby. Oh my goodness. Bloody Bone Witch, Vesper do be yapping sometimes. Hey, I like a yap. I like a yap sesh. Who can blame me? Hardcore Pug. I grew up in the 90s and we were making progress, slow progress, but progress is incredibly frustrating to live through all of this as someone who is a queer kid needing support. Yeah, and that is why, like, when just a couple days ago, when the news came down of it being passed, the ban on trans youth healthcare, there's kind of an outpouring from a number of people about how, I think I saw it was June, or wasn't Juniper, it was maybe it was Juniper. It was either Juniper or Liv Agar. Here's the problem. I get June and Liv mixed up a lot, and I shouldn't, because they do very different things, but I've talked to them both about being on a podcast. And so I think, like, I get them mixed up in my head for no real fucking reason. I think it might have been Liv Agar who kind of started a tweet thread about how she wishes that she was able to get that care as a youth. And so many people, all they said was, yeah, they agreed. It's something that I wish I knew more about when I was a teenager. More about myself. I wish I was able to explore who I was without being afraid of how other people would judge me or see me or kick me out of the house. And there are so many trans people out there like that. 0.1% of the population that just wants to live their best, most productive life, that just want to pursue their dreams like everybody else, who weren't born, or who were born different than everybody else and didn't choose to be the way they are. And motherfuckers like Asmon want to sit down and blatantly lie to convince their audience that somehow they are on a righteous crusade. In doing what? Making children more suicidal? Making the world a worse place for hundreds of thousands of people? Yeah. Yeah, trans raider. I wish I knew what I was feeling when I was a kid. I just didn't have the words to describe it. Yeah. Same. Many such cases. Oh my God, Bloody Bone Witch, that is actually a little funny. After that CSI episode, like in hindsight, funny, right? After that CSI episode, I was afraid my parents would hate me for being a furry. I was terrified of what they would think of me being trans. Yeah. Yeah. And then it is very funny that he would then cast aspersions and be like, well, no, yeah, these trans people are bullying, right after calling everybody who advocates for, again, the widely held medical consensus of the community, which is not anywhere near as severe as what he depicts it as because he has to lie about it. After then saying that they are R slurs and unhinged and maladjusted, and then he wants to say other people are bullying. Okay, dude. Yeah, my childhood. Why do all the girls get all the cool things? Yeah. I never understood why I wanted to hang out with girls more. Why I never like just got it as a boy. Yeah. Maple Takes. Did we just get a raid? Oh my God. Holy shit. Maple Takes, thank you so much for raiding with a party of 273. NP Shark, thank you for following. V Blammo, JMole89. Holy crap. Whoo. Damn it. Oh, y'all just missed the good shit. Because I just got done tearing Asmon apart and engaging with his argument after he said that I don't engage with his argument. I will be right back, and then we will go on to something else. Alrighty then, we are back. Damn, y'all, thank you for the raid. Holy shit. OMG, there's ghost chatters. Pubber talking, yeah. Dog is woofing. Bork bork. Bill, oh my God, so many people have followed. Holy shit. Thank you all so much. Jupiter Moon, Tarnsy. Whoa. My good golly gosh. Thank you all so much. Christian Garcia. What were you saying? Oh, thank you, Christian Garcia. Yeah, let's go to, I don't know, what else did I want to look at? Because we actually got through pretty much everything I had. So let me We got through chat. What else do we got? We covered the Vanity Fair piece with Trump. We covered the Epstein release. We refuted Asmongold. Do we want to? Oh God, Joel Webbin. Do we want to go back to? Ooh, now you're speaking my language. Okay, there you go. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Fresh and Fit banned from Amfest is so fucking funny. Of course it would. Of course they would be. Like nobody wants Myron Gaines out there. Hey, awesome Stella. Yohar, thank you for following. Bill Apart, Camille Sapico, and the Narf Vader. I also don't know what. Oh, that's so funny. Dog, he is fucking. Alex has been really going hard into the anti-Semitism shit, and it is so gross to see. Like, look, I don't hold Alex Jones. Is that Owen Schroyer? That's funny. Right-wing personality ripped Trump's worst speech yet to shreds. His base is turned. Is that Owen Schroyer? Is that my boy? Damn. We just watched a video about Ben's fall off. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Moral paragon Alex Jones being bad. Yeah. Well, no, what is the other? It's InfoWars. I always fucking forget that stupid is secondary site. It's okay, let me see. Carnal MSN. I will say, Cass, it's so hard getting used to having long fingernails. Here we go. Far right InfoWars webcaster. Falling out.
This is a disaster for Trump, and I predicted it. Everyone predicted it, that if he obliquely joined the cover-up, the Democrats would selectively hang it around his neck. Evidence last week they gave the estate a few months ago of Epstein over to them. 90+ thousand files. They picked 19 files. And it's Trump at public events with beauty queens and stuff, and they black their faces out. MSNBC says, is that the girls? Do they black them out because they're victims? And we debunk it quickly, but the point is, doesn't matter because Trump joined in on
it. Gotta go to Rumble. Is he on Rumble? No, it's Prison Planet. Is it Prison Planet? No, it's fucking, it might be Prison Planet. No, I don't think it is. Yeah. It's not Prison Planet anymore. It's band.video. That's what it fucking is. I feel like a child again, having to type everything. Doop, 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 doop. I thought the Onion bought InfoWars. It's a whole thing right now. Where is? Yeah, I want to watch.
100-to-1 leverage ratio, Alex. So you have
Oh, it's live right now. Is it? That? Yeah, no, it's live right now. Hell yeah, dude. 7 hours ago. It's a whole fucking breaking exclusive, Alex. Yeah, what exclusive, dude. Nothing on the Epstein files, huh? Why, dude? What the fuck? Just the brown shooter and talking about the fucking USS Liberty. Yes, I have not put them into action yet. Okie dokie, Tony. I'll see y'all later. Maybe. Hopefully. Maybe. Giving Peter Griffin vibe from that one episode where he worked with in an office with long nails. Oh, freaking sweet. What if Alex Jones isn't? Nah, I don't think he's that into that shit. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, Alex Jones isn't doing it for me. Let's go. I do want to watch what the fuck? Maggot isn't happy. Yeah, there we go. Let's go. Asmongold's incapable. There we go. There we go. Let's go to Joel Webben. Who has that one little Nazi he's with? That one fucking dork ass loser who is the guy who did the fucking the pipe thing that's been going around that people are making fun of, where he's just performatively smoking the pipe and talking about how based somebody is. Why are you calling out my previously watched like that? John Doyle? God, I wish he wasn't. Oh my God. No, I saw Brandywine. I did see the Russell Brand at Amfest. Let me see if I can find that really quick, because that's a fucking nightmare. There we go. Turning Point USA 2025. Whew, hell yeah. Let's watch this fucking piece of shit.
I want to live in communities where people share my values.
Thank you so much. Chillman Rex, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Diggle Wiggle and Ash Bradford, thank you all for following.
Yeah, through choice, freely. Culture has a...
So, if you don't know Russell Brand, sorry, I didn't have anything else planned for the docket tonight. My next infiltration vid has to be Amfest next year. Honestly, maybe. So if y'all don't know Russell Brand, there's actually a really good podcast kind of in the style of Knowledge Fight called On Brand, featuring some of the cats who are fairly frequent collaborators on God Awful Movies, Michael Marshall, and or wait, no, sorry, that's the No Rogan Experience. Fuck. The Russell Brand one is different cats who are also kind of doing the same thing. Russell Brand has gone through, let's say, an upheaval, right? For a lot of people, he was, I think, an ideological gateway to the more woo-woo, anti-vax side of things. But he's taken on a very, you know, he almost has a similar trajectory to like a Jimmy Dore, where you just look at the shit he does or says now and you're just like, fuck, man, what happened? Like, where, huh? What? The on-brand people had a bad podcast breakups. Now it's just the guy. That's a bummer. Honestly, that's kind of a bummer because I was really enjoying it. No, Russell is... His whole thing is predicated on now being born again. And I mean that in every sense of the word, because he now wears that he was a former drug addict, a former sex addict. He was, you know, now he was riding with the devil and now he's redeemed through Jesus Christ. But it's all the same kind of vibes-based bullshit that we've seen from plenty of other influencers, where they just, you know, we saw it in the Blair White piece, where it's just like, it's not so much that infiltration in the Patriot games. Interesting. And thank you, Corporate Carrots. I like your micro eyebrows, DD. Thank you, Isabella. Have a great rest of your night. Banana brain, shut up. I have one eyebrow if you count each as half. That's funny. I wish I could show you all because Lady is just sitting right here. No, he is a verifiable, well, fairly verifiable sex pest. Debate free. This dude took some eyebrow blockers. You were the one who we were talking about your joke earlier. Are you okay? Debate free. Did you get that from the comment section, or did you come up with that? Because we were laughing at that joke earlier. Magar, thank you for another 5. I listened to a free audiobook of Capitalist Realism on YouTube, narrated by Russell Brand. The Capitalist Realism. God, that sounds fucking intolerable.
Power to shape and form, influence and mold behavior. We're born, we die. Some people don't believe in God. I do believe in God. For me, the point of my religion is to, one, make me cope in this world, knowing I'm going to die and that everyone I love is going to die and that there is injustice and there is unfairness. And two, I want to be good.
The thing about Russell Brand is that he is really good at sounding smart. Okay, that's giving him too much credit. He's really good at sounding like he's thinking about things. I'll say that. He has this kind of like this mastery of woo-woo language in a way that reminds. Okay, do you ever listen to like Gwyneth Paltrow talking about Goop, or any like Silicon Valley tech bro, where they'll try and get really cerebral? You know, they're really trying to get esoteric, but then you actually like kind of break down what they're saying and it's just fucking nonsense. Or it's the Jordan Peterson method where he just keeps going. He just says all this stuff and tries to wrap it back around, you know, the Dragon of Chaos and stuff. And it's, you could just simplify it. Spiffy Juggins. I don't know if you saw him interview Jordan Peterson. Such a masterclass of just nothing. I actually kind of want to see that now. I might pop that on my own thing. Dockside Barista, thank you very much for following. Also, Dockside Barista, I'm very sorry about your being banned in Magic. I hope they unban you at some point. That was a great Magic the Gathering joke. I don't think anybody I mean, like I have 500 people in here. Somebody has to have gotten it.
If you've become disobedient to the state, you have to know that you're being obedient to something, and it must be God. Fear not, for I have redeemed you. I have called you by your name, you are mine. All forms of worship are the inappropriate substitute for the adulation that we owe to He that saved us. Love your family, love your son, love your nation, but above all things, love Jesus Christ. Please welcome Russell.
Why is this audio happening this way? Jesus Christ. If you're wondering where all the money went that was donated, TPUSA chapters and stuff, after Charlie got kirked, this is these fucking big fireworks and shit. No, Dockside deserves to stay in timeout. I don't think I've had a Dockside extortionist. I've had a Ragavan. Ragavan's a little bastard. I think Dockside is worse, though.
We are at Amberfest. Merry Christmas to you. Praise the Lord. I gotta tell you,
Russell Brand is the type of person who seems like there's some people that when they interact with drugs, I feel like the drugs work into their system like the spider bite does to Spider-Man, where it's just from that point on, they just always have that. Like they just always have a part of their brain that is able to tap in to like cocaine brain. I think that like that's the vibe I get from this man.
I did not anticipate being between Ben Shapiro and Tucker Carlson at a moment where that don't seem like a good position to be. Oh man, I'm so lucky that I've got Jesus. I'm so blessed that I've got Jesus. I'm so glad that I'm not responsible for this myself.
Alaris, honestly mixed up Dockside with Hole Breacher for a minute there, but I stand by my assertion. Hexbud, you're real for that, because let me tell you to talk magic for a sec. Just 1 second, chat. Just once. I it's been almost 6 hours and I haven't talked about magic one time. I need just a little bit. So I've been playing Azula a lot because I get down like that. And Azula's ability is that if you cast any spell when she's attacking, it copies it. And for something, for example, like Hull Breacher Horror that has flash, getting two, let me tell you, getting 2 Hull Breacher Horrors out, 2 like 7/6s that Azula also copies spells, so I'm spell slinging during her attack trigger. Like y'all don't know the vibe of playing 2 Hullbreaker Horrors and then seething songing into like a fucking unexpected windfall. That's good shit. That's good shit. That is clearing the entire board, and then by the end of my turn, Azula's hitting you for like 22. Let's fucking go. I love my other fucking favorite one is this thing that I found recently, which is a terrible, like, I don't love the card. I want it to be reprinted. Oh, there's my somebody made Double Trouble into a magic card? Enter battlefield. I might fuck with that. I might. Damn, that's pretty good. Yeah, no. So Double Trouble doubles the power of each creature until end of turn. The problem with that as an instant with Azula is that if you are casting it, you are doubling her power and then doubling it again. So she goes from a 4 to a 16. Or if you have something like, I don't know, Run Amok, she can go from a 7 to a 14 to a 28. Anyway, it's this kind of thing that I won my last Azula game dealing like 180 damage in one turn to one person. And it felt pretty good. Not gonna lie, felt pretty good. Anyway, that's okay. Done with magic. We're done with the magic rant. Schwa Raves, thank you very much for following. Only Use Me Pain, thank you for following. And Ive Nalvarez, thank you so much for following with Prime. Subscribing with Prime.
I'm here to love you. I'm here to, as best as I can, in my crazy little accent, tell you the power of Christ Jesus. I want to share that with you. Do you know why I'm here? I better pray first in case I mess up. You know me, I'm done. Heavenly Father, would you guide my mouth? Would you guard my lips? Oh Lord, I bend my knee and my tongue will serve you, Heavenly Father, and no other. Thank you, Lord, for your Son, Jesus Christ, who died that we may know eternal life, but may we know eternity here in this moment, Lord. There is no statute of limitations on love thy neighbor. The whole world is our neighbor. We were intended to be one family, Heavenly Father.
That is a fucking... using the term statute of limitations is fucking wild for Russell Brand. Somebody arguing, constantly arguing
against his own sex pestery and the allegations of his crimes. More so than that, you're talking the idea of loving your neighbor and loving everybody in the world. You are talking to a group of people whose primary ideological goal right now is enacting an ethno-state in America. Like, who are you talking to? Dean Swizzle, I wish I got here earlier. I've got great news. The video is going to be up. I'm not going to, I don't take my streams down, so you can just go watch the VOD and scroll through it later.
Father, you gave your life, you gave your blood, and may the covenant of your blood cover us all.
No, Lunacura, I'm kind of on you with that. I still consider myself a believer in the Christian God, but only faith alone. Well, I don't know about that, but watching this kind of stuff sickens me. I agree with that, and I still stand by, because people, the video I did, you know, infiltrating the hate church 3 years ago. God damn. People still comment every now and again about, like, you know, this is why I hate Christians, but I went out of my way in that video to delineate that, like, no, I don't. The takeaway is not that people should hate organized religion, because there's still so many good things that religion can do communally, right? The takeaway should be how people will misuse that and misconstrue that, right? And it's stuff like this where I look at and I'm just like, it's so fucking, it's performative, right? This serves no purpose to actually bring somebody to Christ, to actually try and, you know, live in the Word or anything outside of it. What it is, it's virtue signaling. Yeah, Maple takes the SA accusation to Christo-fascist pipeline is diabolical with Brand. Yeah, exactly. Like it's just bizarre virtue signaling.
For the eternal soul of Charlie Kirk, I thank you for his sacrifice, and I thank you, Lord, that we have this opportunity to be here in unity. The opportunity for true unity. The opportunity for community. The opportunity to be different, Lord.
What? Is he fucking, like, beat slamming poetry? The opportunity for community, Lord. The opportunity to commune with these who are, of course, Christians, if you please, oh Lord. Like, what the Also, it's driving me crazy. He's literally doing the Tuesday, isn't it? Like, he's the opportunity.
I thank you, Heavenly Father, for Erica Kirk's boldness and her bravery, and for her example of forgiveness. And surely, if she can forgive the people of the man responsible, Lord, for the murder of her husband, surely this principle of forgiveness is something that we can all extend. Lord, may we know your grace, may we live in your grace, and particularly when it's expensive to us, when it costs us something, may we enter into your kingdom, a kingdom of love. May we put aside petty squabbles and disputes, Lord, and may we move into a new era of grace in your glory. I pray for the kingdoms to merge. I pray for your return. I pray that we participate in making straight the paths.
So one of the things that is noteworthy to talk about here is that right before this, Ben Shapiro took the stage. And Ben Shapiro kind of caused some rifts today by, in no certain terms, calling out Candace Owens for spreading conspiracy theories, but also calling out a bunch of people who have not gone against Candace Owens, or who have supported her, or who haven't been calling out whatever shit Ben Shapiro thought was worth calling out. So I think a little bit of this kind of kumbaya, let's all come together, not hate each other thing from Russell Brand is a way to try and assuage or plaster over that. Keckard Dane, more like Deckard Kane, thank you for $20, up for a promotion and raise at the same time on top of the promotion salary. Let's fucking go.
Everybody in chat, let's fucking go. Kecker Dane, proud of you. Proud of you. At work, wanted to toss a few bucks to my favorite journalist. Thank you. Thank you for your hard work. Asmongold sucks. Thank you. And then Ivex Nalvarez, thank you very much. Hey, first time live. Saludos desde Mexico. Mexico. I've been really pissed. My script writing teacher is super into AI. Oh my. He's the head of one of the most important YouTube channels about cinema in Latin America. Even went on a rant about Guillermo del Toro being vocally anti-AI on the whole Frankenstein promo tour. Sorry for the trauma. No, I feel you. How are you gonna be? Although that makes me wonder, how are you gonna fucking be a teacher of any proximity to cinema in Latin America and talk shit about Guillermo del Toro? Huh? Like that, I don't know. Maybe it's just that I think Guillermo del Toro is a national treasure beyond reproach. That's just me. That's just me.
In the holy name of Jesus Christ, I pray, amen. Hey, I want to talk to you about change, and I want to talk to you about authority. I've had an unusual life. I used to be a Hollywood...
So here, remember, I want you to remember the entire thing with Russell Brand is that everything's going to be prefaced with his experiences, as though they make him an expert in why it's better to be a woo-woo, anti-vax, conservative conspiracy theorist now.
Say Hollywood movie star, but I was starred in some movies, you know. If I'd have been between Tucker Carlson and Ben Shapiro like 10 years ago, man, I can't imagine what those circumstances would have been. Maybe a Diddy party. Oh, Lord, we are all compromised. We are all broken. I'm here to share with you from my position of brokenness. I'm here to share with you that I am inspired by Charlie Kirk's legacy and his example. I'm here because Charlie Kirk asked me to come here. Charlie Kirk's not with us anymore, so unless Erica Kirk asks me to do some stuff with Turning Point in the future, I'll never be at a Turning Point again. Because for me, Turning Point, if it means anything, it means turning away and it means turning in the right direction. Repentance. Repent. Turn away from the illusion of worldliness, from its fixations and fascinations, its hypnosis. I know about carnality, I gotta tell you. I lived a dumb, hedonic Hollywood life. To go from a Hollywood headiness to a Bible-believing Christian is a big journey. But we've got a lot of big journeys ahead of us. A lot of radical change. I didn't think it was possible to be changed in the way that I've been changed. I thought it was inconceivable, unimaginable. Before turning to Christ, I suppose, the biggest change that I'd ever known was the change from, well, I suppose before being a parent to becoming a parent. That's a pretty radical change. Certainly it's a radical change in terms of the person that you say you'll be as a parent before you have kids, and then the person you are when your kids show up. Because before I had kids, this is me. When I have children, I'm telling you now, I will not be letting them look at screens or eat sugar, or any of that stuff. And actually, parents that do that, I'd like to judge them. I'd like to judge them and maybe even condemn them. Now, I've got 3 children. I'm like, oh my God, give it an iPad and a Dr. Pepper, will ya? Silence these children! I've changed a lot. I used to be vegan, now I eat meat. Everything... Don't tell...
See, it's just... It's so performative. Like even that, it's just like, yeah, see, I used to be a dumbass vegetarian. Now I eat steak. Like, yeah, no, Nathan, it is kind of like, I kind of wonder what his process was in this. Like, what approach do you take when you are somebody who is not involved in policy, who is not particularly politically knowledgeable, but you're invited to speak at a explicitly political conference, it seems like Curb Carrots. It just seems like he's riffing. It seems like he's riffing to try, like, I don't know if he, like, I won't say he's doing it to distract from the fact that he doesn't know what he's talking about, but like, it just feels like he doesn't, he's trying to turn it into like stand-up, or trying to ride a line of stand-up and political conference. Soul Black Guy, thank you for $5. Forget the Social Security safety net. Let's get rid of the S offender safety net. A fucking
me.
Hey, I mean, if we want to get rid of the sex offender safety net, we're gonna have to start let's say with some major government reform. Let's say that.
You're more into carnivorism than the incarnation. Don't tell me you're more into eating flesh than God became flesh. Don't tell me you're more enamored of the barbecue sauce than the holy covenant of blood. It is delicious. Man, I missed it. I was vegan for so long. I was so hungry. It was a desperate, desperate time. I can't get enough steaks now. I've tried. I'm doing nothing but devouring them continually. I want to talk to you lot, about the possibility of change and the possibility of transformation. I was listening to Ben Shapiro, and I admire Ben Shapiro a great deal for many things. I think he's an excellent man, an excellent communicator, and I think he's done phenomenal work in a lot of areas. I believe in peace. I believe that Jesus Christ is the Messiah. I believe that he came to atone for our sins, paid a debt that we could never pay. And indeed, if we're going to be at a turning point event, we have to pay homage to the spirit of Charlie Kirk in truth and the principles of turning point. Unapologetically telling the truth, unapologetic, absolute attempts to understand.
Now, also, if you've never watched any of Brand's show, oh my God. Sorry, I stopped talking for a couple seconds and then I immediately felt why. Or I felt the stress of talking for 6 straight hours when I'm sick. Yeah, it's just, this is basically, if you've ever wondered, well, what kind of show does he have? It's this is a pretty damn good approximation of what, just imagine no crowd to react to or play off of, and you've got pretty much the gist of his show and what he does.
And one another, to communicate openly. And there's clearly a conversation that needs to be had in this country right now. Clearly there is. Doubtlessly, many people are cynical and skeptical. Turning Point has performed an incredible function in ensuring that young people have access to conservative values and conservative principles. But if you've read that book, if you've read the Bible, you will know that human institutions are fallible, beyond fallible, captured. Now, I've got the Bible with me, so you know that you're not making the terrible mistake your nation once made of listening to people with this accent. I'm trying to tax you without representation. But there's very little point in you having that magnificent revolution and then falling once more into the traps that had been laid 1,000 times. For surely those traps are multitudinous, nefarious, deceptive, and difficult to avoid. There are imprints.
No, you got it. You got it, Frill Whippy. Frill Whippy is shushushins. Is shushush. Conservative.
Systems of centralized control are asserted again and again and again. It is the function of the world to distract you. It is the function of the world to enchant you. It is the measure and means of the evil one to create facsimiles of systems of omnipotence, omniscience, and omnipresence. And I tell you this, as a proud Englishman from a country where they're introducing facial recognition technology, digital ID, ending trial by jury, incarcerating people for free speech. The United Kingdom is in trouble, and we look to you for an example, and that example must be transcendent of the political.
Bold, again, just fucking crazy to look at everything happening right now in America, where we are rapidly approaching that point, and then be like, oh yes, no, America is they're gonna lead us out of here. And it's just,
It's like, no, no, we're walking right into it because of these fucking people. Ugh. I don't know if I'm going to sneeze or not. Sorry, that's what that was. I was like, is it going to happen? Is it? No, it's not.
Sure, I can't collapse my love and devotion to Christ Jesus into support of one or any political party. I know that Turning Point's here to advocate primarily for republicanism. I'm not suggesting they change what they're doing. They're a brilliant organization. I'm telling you that I love Jesus. Jesus, that unless people are following Christ, they will fail you and they will let you down. Now, I happen to think that Trump's performed near miracles in office, as a matter of fact. Near miracles, because I think he happens to be a pretty obstinate, anomalous and unique individual. That's what I happen to believe about Donald Trump. Authentic and open, a stumbling block for global imperialism that was on the precipice of total domination. But when Donald Trump makes a post like he made about Rob Reiner, God bless and God rest Rob Reiner's eternal soul, I would say that's further evidence of Trump's lack of filter. Trump makes mistakes. He says things that are regrettable. There's no chance of that with your former president, because I don't suppose that auto pen could handle making X posts. Frankly, I'm surprised that Biden could keep hold of that auto pen with Hunter Biden in the household. Surprised he didn't sell it for crack or just directly use it to smoke crack. I see things differently from Ben Shapiro. I've got to tell you, whilst I respect him, I respect his faith, and I respect that we worship and praise the same God. I recognize that. But I believe it's important and vital to have conversations with people that oppose difficult opinions and opposing opinions. I've spoken to Nick Fuentes, I've spoken to Candace Owens. They're Christians like you and like me, and were they not? They're broken human beings like you, like me, like Ben Shapiro, like Tucker Carlson. No one's better than anyone else. We're all on our knees, shoulder to shoulder, under the blood of Christ. And what I would advocate for is supreme compassion for Erica Kirk as a human being, as a woman, as a mother that's lost her husband, as a woman who has to...
The thing with Russell Brand that pisses me off is the way he talks is he always has to enunciate and give... He's like the fucking rule of threes, like Miyamoto's rule of threes when you're making a video game boss fight, except he does it with just turns of phrase. Where he can't just say, you know, Erica Kirk is a mother. It's Erica Kirk, who is a mother, who is a woman, who is a good Christian, who is a widow. Like, he keeps, it's just listing. For everything he says is just fucking listing and listing and listing. It's just like, this person, they're a Christian, they're a parent, they're ostentatious, they've got broccoli in their fridge that's about to go bad. Like, it's just, what? Not everything about a person is germane to the conversation. Also very annoying that I forgot that he jumped on the controversy train like a month or two ago when Nick Fuentes, when everybody was asking him to come on for whatever fucking reason, and then Candace Owens, because that kind of like drastically less attention than he usually does. And of course that goes hand in hand with trying to regularize, normalize. Sorry, I meant to say regulate and then normalize, regularize, normalize the behavior of just insipid worms like Nick Fuentes.
I left my kids to come here today, man. Like my little boy who's 2, my little boy whose carved heart led me by the hand to Christ, that little boy that I handed over to anesthetist Hold on a minute, I can do this. Anaesthetists. Someone here with your accent? Anaesthetists. People that do, oh, let's just cut this bit. It's not being streamed live, is it? No one cares about this. Everyone's just like, did you see what Ben Shapiro said about Tucker? And then, and then Tucker's gonna, oh my God, man, oh man.
Well, honestly, I can't believe that Tucker Carlson would have an interview with somebody and not grab them by the throat, frankly.
We're children of God. No one knows anything. You're broken, I'm broken, Ben Shapiro's broken. We're all wrecked and ruined. The reason I love that man, Charlie Kirk, I learned to love him more posthumously. When I met him a couple of times, I didn't understand what he was, frankly. He was so bloody tall. I just thought he was a kind of right-wing Rain Man. But when I told him I was reading Romans, he told me it's the Christian Constitution. And I've returned to that book many times since his sad death with those words in mind. What does he want from us, our Lord? Can Jesus Christ help us to manage the complexity?
It is a little bit wild that he just went up on stage and called everybody's dead hero of the moment autistic. Like, it's a little crazy that he just went, yeah, Charlie Kirk was like your Rain Man. Right after that insane, I don't even know, it's not really even an impression of Tucker. Is it, like, I think it was trying to do it. He hasn't, I like him better now that he's dead was also kind of wild. Like a little bit. He's kind of saying that. He's saying that a little bit. That's fucking...
Complexity of a domestic culture that sometimes feels like it's on the precipice of ruin, fragmentation, incessant conflagration. Of course he can. Can Christ resolve the complexity of the issues in the Middle East? Is it possible to love Jesus Christ, to believe that Israel has a right to a homeland, but to be deeply concerned about events in Gaza and the deaths and the power and the mismatch? I believe under Christ it is possible. Is it possible to be cynical and have doubts about the deep state? Is it possible to have questions about permanent government, global bureaucracies that seek to emulate God while telling you God's not real? Of course it's possible. The old model will not work. We are waiting for a new kingdom. The systems will fail you because they are human systems. Even advanced technology will only emulate the counterfeit systems of the fallen one. Indeed, what is Lucifer but an attempt to set up your own kingdom, your own circuit, to not accept the supreme sovereignty of our Lord God? What is it?
God damn, dude.
Now, I didn't just bring this Bible for show. I've actually marked out passages to read you, and I'm going to do that now. Look, I've put little bookmarks in there. Aren't I adorable? Now, just listen to this, because I've thought a lot about what I wanted to say to you today, and why, indeed, you would listen to me. Because I'm a person that doesn't like authority. I'm a person that, maybe like you, woke up to the depth, breadth, and insidiousness of corruption during the COVID pandemic period. I believe many of us recognized that was an attempt to subdue us, to subjugate us, to make us dependent on the state.
It's, again, not... I can't let it go without mentioning that people like Russell, who are part of the broader conservative ideological project, or at least they are broadly aligned with that. Is my dog is trying to get me to... Yes, I see it. Thank you, baby. There you go. Throw your ball. Go on. Oh my God. No, not again. Not again. Come on. Thank you very much, Nehemiah, for $5. What about on top of Christ, or is he only a top? Oh my God. Come on. Yeah, it doesn't. I don't want to let it escape you that they are still whinging about a couple of months where people were told to wear face masks as though it was the massive authoritarian overreach of the Biden dictatorship. Meanwhile, you have somebody who is actually flaunting at every possible fucking turn any kind of restrictions on his power while completely self-benefiting in every way. Sorry, excuse me. Getting richer off of God knows how much money. I have a whole stream highlight talking about where we had a whole research stream looking into the ways in which Trump has oh yeah, it wasn't Blanchie, you're right. It was still Trump at that time. Which is why they have to like still fucking put it on Fauci, right? You know what? I'm kind of tired. I'm gonna be so for real, chat. I think I saved all my best, all my big, for the Asmon part, and the more I keep going, the more I realize that I'm just actually, like, I think I'm worn out for the night. Oh, excuse me. Hello, little dog. Go to bed. See, and everybody's telling me to go. Everybody's saying, "Fuck off, DD. We don't love you. We don't want you here anymore." It's okay. I can take it. It's fine. It's fine. Do we want to go see? We have Riverboat Jack, Actual Jake, Bob Vids, and Naughty Roomba. How are we feeling? I do got the sniffies. I'm pushing myself more than I probably should because I want to fucking get Jake. All right, Jake it is. All right, y'all go over, say hi from me. And I hope y'all have a wonderful rest of your night. I have a great weekend planned, and I hope you all hang out, stay chill. Thank you for liking, subscribing, interacting, all the stuff. And thank you to the new subscribers. And shout out to Maple Takes for being awesome and the raid. Have a great rest of your night.